if everybody's ready.
Are we ready? Are you ready, Stacy? Good evening. I'd like to call this Radford City Schools School Board meeting for March 21st, 2023. Can we please have a moment of silence? Can you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Amen. Dr. Ray, do you want to lead us?
Yeah, sure. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Has everyone had a chance to review the agenda?
Yes.
Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we take item A under number 2, consent items, off the agenda. Open to discussion if others want to discuss it.
Okay, Dr. Ray has asked to remove the superintendent's authority to appoint between meetings from our consent items. Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion.
I really don't know what it applies to. I'm ignorant about that.
So, for example, if you have, like after this meeting, if there's something that our folks would like to attend, let's say, Virginia Tech's women's team's doing really, really well and they open it up for an education day next Tuesday or Wednesday. And we have students and teachers that would like to attend. They have to have a field trip request form approved by me during that period because it's before the next school board meeting. Or in a case right now where we have a chemistry opening, we have a chemistry candidate that we're pursuing pretty heavily, as are about 3 other divisions, and it would give us the opportunity to offer that position to them. Without it, I can't do either one of those.
You could with school board.
Not without you all meeting.
You can't do a phone call vote.
I can do an email vote.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know how that would work, Dr. Ray, though, if you take that off. I mean, maybe it would be better for, I don't know if you want me to email you on every field trip request that comes through, though, or facility request, or...
The reason I want it off is I want to know before staffing is put into place, instead of after the fact. I feel like we need to know before.
Well, we tried to do that.
Hey,
Okay.
An email, unless you're responding individually through an email to him for approval or something, you all respond as a group, it's deemed a meeting. Okay.
I understand. So appointment to me isn't a field trip. Appointment is personnel. So I guess an approval of a field trip form and an appointment are 2 different things. I don't understand how we appoint a field trip, I guess, is kind of where my head's been. And this isn't new. I've brought this up before, and it's never read out loud. It's just one of those things that's always kind of bothered me. I feel like if we're the ones making the final decision on hiring, we should know before someone is appointed and offered a position. That's the reason. Field trips, I guess I don't understand how appointment has to do with a field trip, but I could be wrong.
My logic behind a second of that is a similar circumstance. The interpretation of the verbiage there is strictly that, and from previous explanations that were provided in session, was that it had strictly to do with allocating personnel.
Not the way we've used it in the past.
That was the verbiage that was provided. Whenever it was explained in the past, when the similar question came up, that was what was explained. In order to fill a position, if it were to be vacant between board meetings, then this would be allowing you the authority to fill that position until the board could provide final approval.
True.
Okay. So with that being agreed upon, again, with respect, at this point in time, there's been a motion and a second. Opportunity for discussion between board members is always available, but, you know, anything beyond the second at this point in time by rule of order would be considered a consensus to approve the motion.
Can the superintendent approve a field trip without this being on here would be my question.
We
I
have
d-
not
I
done that
agree.
in the past.
Can't we allow that without allowing appointment of staff? Can we word it a different way?
That's up to you all. I really worry about you not allowing, especially with what we're dealing with, a critical shortage right now. But it's up to the
Well,
board.
I just want to know beforehand.
With
And
Dr. Ray, we've always alerted the board when we've wanted to do that, and then have come back during a meeting and put it on the personnel report for you all to approve.
From experience, has there been a circumstance, and I don't want to belabor the point, there's a lot of things we need to accomplish tonight, but I think this is something important because it's important to one of us, it's important to all of us. In this circumstance, from your experience, has there been an opportunity where a position to extend a offer to a candidate would be lost based on a conversation between the 5 board members?
I'm not sure what you're asking me.
Would it take too long to reach out to the 5 of us to get a consensus and a vote on that? Would you lose an offer to a person based on that?
I think that just depends on what what we have open and what
Okay.
is who we have that
So
we're
we would have to
interviewing and
speculate on
selecting.
that. From historical purposes, the answer would be no.
I think, well, if it were a position like special education or a critical shortage area, I would worry about it, yes. I mean, we're not going to hire anybody that we feel is not going to be a good fit in our school system.
Okay.
And certainly would bring it to you all, but, in a case where we have a special education teacher resign and we need to fill that, I mean, we can fill it with a substitute teacher, but right now during hiring season especially, there's some good candidates out there that, I'll give you an example. So I was at a job fair in Salem, a WebPEC job fair in Salem, and candidates were entering in. Renwick City was to the right of them and had a lot of folks there. They were hiring right on the spot with a $5,000 sign-on bonus. So we didn't have a shot. And I don't think we're small, so we don't have that need like they do. We don't have the openings near the openings that they do. But in this case, like with this chemistry teacher that we have who came to visit with us on Friday, which we're working with and 90% hopeful that we can get her, but there's other divisions that are courting her too. It would be to send you all an email, I think, worries me a little bit too, because, but you do a good job of responding individually, but I think that's why this is there. And, I'd hopefully trust me and our staff to make a good decision on, folks that are coming to Rapid City or want to come to Rapid City.
So my thoughts on this, my concern is that we're here as policymakers, and I don't see that this is a policy issue. We have hired Rob to do the day-to-day, do the hiring.
Superintendent's job's to recommend to hire, not to hire, unless I'm mistaken. Am I mistaken?
No, we recommend to, but that's why
Okay.
this is on here, is the authority to appoint and approve.
In between.
In between meetings. It's still, we would receive a yes from the candidate, but it wouldn't be official until you all saw the
Until we
personnel report and approved the personnel report. But we would also, if we waited till, our next meeting's April 4th, right? If we waited till April 4th with this one candidate that we're actually courting another special ed candidate too, that's being, everybody's being courted by a lot of divisions right now because we're so short-staffed, but, it worries me that we wouldn't be able to do that anymore.
But we could give you our consent without it being on here as you do it without us knowing. Whether you do or not, it's debatable.
I think your consent would be that you trust me to do that with also notifying you at the same time.
You're talking about the difference between inferred consent versus assigned consent. Your hope that we would trust you is inferred consent, and I hope that we can trust you with things as well. Otherwise, that's a different conversation for an entirely different matter. that is not applicable, and I don't want to be clear about that. Applied consent is we're giving you the authority by this action item here to say you have that ability. Go ahead and,
We're
use
saying
it.
we offer you the position pending
Pending.
board approval at the next board meeting. Without that, I can't do that.
And-
I'd have to
and-
say we're gonna recommend to the board that, so to them, that's, I have an offer here in this county,
And-
but I only have a recommendation in this city.
Logistically, what we're still talking about it's a semantics verbiage here, because if you have the ability to assign, you're still you're making an offer pending the final approval of the board.
Correct.
I'm not hearing a difference here. It's just a matter of your perception of that and your presentation of that to the possible candidate, whether you do that immediately and you're presenting that as this is your offer, here it is, but it's still pending the final approval of the board.
Correct.
Versus what I'm understanding, and Dr. Ray, correct me if I'm wrong here, the request would then be that if we remove this ability to assign, then it's a matter of just communicate to the board, whether that's through email or phone call, a preference, and say, we have a fantastic candidate, I'd recommend them to be appointed. Are we comfortable moving forward at this point in time? I think it's just, at most, there's 5 of us. I would think, I don't see that as a long conversation. I'll be honest with you. I'm going to trust you to put those people in the right place, then hold you accountable if you don't. But then it's a matter of, less than 5 minutes. That's 25 minutes to assign a person. With 25 minutes, and I'm asking you historically, would 25-minute possible delay cause you to lose out on a viable candidate?
I've never had that experience, Chris, because
And I wouldn't think it would either, because from my experience of hiring people and putting people in place in my own vocations for the last 25 years, I've never lost a viable candidate over a 25-minute conversation. But that's my experience.
I don't know.
Okay.
We've always been able to offer if we needed to, and there was a very rare case that we've ever had to do that.
So
But-
if you make an offer, it's still tentative, right?
Correct.
It's
Yes.
not, right?
But we
If you call us-
rarely do that. We say to our candidates that we have to we're going to recommend you to the board. Now, if it's a position that we have to fill, that we feel could be a safety issue or one that's a critical shortage area, I think we offer them pending, and that shows that we really want them, but they still need the support of the board.
Well, what I was trying to say, I guess, is if we approved by phone call, could you go ahead and seal the deal?
That's a question I don't know.
Well,
I think it still needs to be approved.
it would get approved at the next school board.
I think you're talking about the same thing.
I was just thinking of more timely.
Yeah, it still needs to be approved by, once you're in closed session and you talk about the candidates and then you come out and you approve Personnel Report 1.0, then it's official.
Because I'm not comfortable doing, the email or the phone call votes where it makes it not a meeting, but it's a meeting. That's something that we're not supposed to do. And I have trust that they're going to bring in the best people, best opportunities to be able to give them that opportunity. Should we request an email letting us know that he has offered somebody the position as opposed
we
to,
usually
and
do
you
that
usually
too.
do.
I think, again, unless I'm misunderstanding Dr. Ray's point, and please step in. By removing this item, that's what we're assuring is going to happen. Is that there's going to be a communication prior to that extension of an offer pending final board approval. We're assuring that's going to happen. It's not in history, it has happened, we try to happen, it will happen. You're assuring that. I'm not saying we're asking for a vote via email, we're just saying we're assuring that communication is going to happen prior to that offer extension, pending the next meeting. I really don't, in my opinion on this, I think it's been presented by a board member. It's there for a reason that it was presented. There's some communication there. Madam Chair, I would say unless there's further discussion, we can put it to a vote. Because it's been a motion, it's been seconded.
remove something from the agenda.
Mm-hmm.
It is, it's the,
That is routine.
Yeah.
So we are not discussing, really, I mean, we're taking that item off the agenda. It's not to be talked about or voted on tonight. Things remain the way they are.
You have to vote to amend the agenda.
yeah, you
I
have to
guess
vote to
is
amend the agenda.
Well, if you take the superintendent's authority to appoint between meetings, you're taking that off the consent item not to approve, so I no longer have the authority to do that.
I'm asking for a call and to give verbal consent on hires. That's all I'm asking for.
And-
Instead of consenting in a meeting prior to.
We have been
any of
doing
that.
that, so, I mean, I'll continue to do that. I just worry that you remove that and it takes a lot of authority away from the superintendent to approve many things. And a point may be on here and maybe that's a discussion point too, but this is the way it's all, in 8 years that I've been here, this has always been there.
I'm aware. I have no interest in approving every field trip and things that come up like that. I don't think this meets that definition, though. I think appointing is specifically for personnel. But y'all know where I am. I mean, I don't know what else I can say besides wordsmithing what I mean by it, but I would like to take it off the agenda.
All right, do we have any other discussion?
What if it were amended, appoint between meetings with phone call? I mean, I don't know what hiring has been, I mean, I've not received communication about hiring that's been done until we went into closed session.
That's because we really don't like to do that.
Right.
It's only on a very rare case that there's a safety, like I said, a safety issue or like a candidate that we really want. I mean, chemistry, so we've had 4 chemistry teachers in the last 5 years.
Yeah,
So they're not, they're few and far between.
understand.
Then if that's the case, if it's not done often, I guess I'm still in the same place. If you don't have to make a phone call but once every 6 months to say, hey, do you give your consent for me to make this offer?
I'm not saying that I wouldn't call. I mean, I always have reached out when we have done that too, because I don't want to do that on my own. I mean, but I think that there's a case to offer a position like that. We need to go ahead. I mean, there were at least 25 candidates at Roanoke City got right when they walked in the door. If we had a good candidate at the job fair, I would hope that you all would allow me to say, we're offering you the position. In fact, I told Ms. Shull that and Mr. Hill that when they went down to Emory to look at these 2 candidates that we had, offer them the position if you feel like it's a good fit. And they did. And she came up here to visit on Friday. If we don't have that authority, we're going to lose candidates like that.
But you're still making the same offer with or without this. It's pending board approval. So, yeah, so I don't see where,
So I don't understand why you would want, I don't understand why you want to remove it, but that's y'all's choice.
offers have been made without my knowledge. And of course, it's pending board approval. I guess when we get in closed session and talk about it, it's a very quick read through the list sometimes. I would like time to think about it sometimes. Sometimes it's a quick yes, sometimes would be a quick no, maybe. I don't know, but
So could we request not necessarily a vote, but a notification? A notification that an offer has been made? Just,
I'm thinking that that's what he said he does.
yeah,
correct?
if it just needs to be clear within the agenda so that it's.
so what are we granting the authority to do? If you take it off there and you can do the same thing anyway, what are we granting by this
I think if you
consent?
take it off of there, at least in the past, and this is a new board, but if you take it off of there from what we have gone from in the past is my approval to do field trip requests, to do facility requests, to do, appointments of personnel, those types of things without you all reviewing them. I mean, we have 2 today that came in, 2 field trip requests that came today that we've been able to get, and they're 2 really good field trip requests. But had they not come in today, if this is off of there from past experience, I wouldn't be able to approve them. And that's hard on our staff and hard on our kids.
I see it as 2 different things, field trips and.
I do as well, based on
Personnel.
the conversation, based on the explanation that we've heard.
I understand that,
Don't
but
see them
historically,
as-
that's the way it's been.
But we can change that.
Yeah,
And that's
that's
up to
easy
you all.
enough.
So would you be comfortable to amend it to superintendent's authority to appoint staff between meetings with communication to the board?
I can accept that.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I think you need to add a caveat to that, if I may. I think you need to say the superintendent has the authority to approve and maybe describe what is approved, and then potentially for appointing personnel would be a call to the board.
Okay, so approve
I mean, I think you need to really make it clear.
approve field trips, facility requests.
What else is there?
It's really
Oh, wait, hold on. Let's see, field trip. No, that's in the closed session too. Is there anything else, Cindy, you and Carrie, that,
If we try to list everything you approve, I think we're gonna miss something. I would rather it come off, but if we wanna wordsmith it for him to be able to appoint board approval, then to appoint with communication, or whatever you said before, I would be okay with that. If we try to list all the things that
It's
he
gonna be
has,
too much.
we'll miss something.
Yeah.
And we'll have a gap, and I don't wanna do that.
You've got two things.
I just
going
wanna
on.
know
You've
when
got
someone is being
approval.
offered a job.
Yeah.
That's all I wanna know.
So to appoint between meetings with communication to the board. Not necessarily approval from the board, like we're not gonna all vote back to him and say, yes, do that, but with notification to the board that he has
I made this
made an
all.
offer, which you already do.
pending approval of the board?
Right. So how are we saying that? Superintendent's authority to appoint staff, personnel between meetings with notification to the board as soon as,
As soon as, as soon as the offer's been made, but again, what happens if a crisis comes up right after an offer's been made? I'd say within, by end of business day, maybe?
so superintendent's authority to appoint personnel between meetings with notification to board by end of business day. Is that agreeable?
I'm okay with that.
Okay, so do we need to
Let's try it. anyway.
table your motion and
So
make a
you've
new
already,
motion?
you've already had a motion and a second. You would actually,
Need to
with
vote.
due conversation, that's considered a
An amendment
de
to the motion.
facto approval of that motion. So therefore, you would actually have to move to vacate that motion and amend to your new verbiage.
Why don't we vote on the motion and then add that after the fact and just clean it up?
Make a secondary motion to cover those contingencies.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So then do I have a motion to amend the amendment? Is that what we need to
I
do?
make a motion to add something to consent items
There you go.
under section A as worded by the board chair.
So the superintendent's authority to appoint personnel between meetings with notification to the board by end of business day.
Ms. Long, did you get what you needed?
The previous vote, everyone voted yes.
No.
I don't know.
Okay.
I thought there was a vote to oppose, and
Okay,
thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
So there's a motion on the table now.
So I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Is that everyone
Yeah.
Any opposed? Okay. Now, any other agenda concerns? Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I move that we approve the agenda.
Yes. Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Recognitions.
Madam Chair, one thing, Ms. Boyd, I see your hand, just answer. You are not, I think you are, you're not coming through. Now you're good to go. Sorry.
Madam Chair, we have
All right.
we have
I'm
a
sorry.
slew of recognitions, and so excited to share these with you. I'd like to invite Coach Rowland and Coach Fisher. I know is out of town, unfortunately, and the rest of the Radford High School girls and boys swim and dive team to come up, please. Come around this way. Be honest.
See some hardware up there.
Right there.
So for the second year in a row, these folks have had just an outstanding season. Concluded not too long ago at the Christiansburg Aquatic Center with a second place in state for the girls and a fourth place in state for the boys. And as you can see, there's not a lot of students that actually competed in state, and I'm sure Ms. Rowland will let you know that, but we are very, very proud of you all. And I'm going to turn it over to you. Do you want to introduce everybody first?
They are going to introduce
Okay,
themselves.
super.
They're going to introduce themselves and tell you their name and their grade and how about what races you swam at state.
That's so.
How about that? We will start right here.
I'm Greg Benson, I'm 15, I'm a sophomore, and I swam the 200 free relay and the 200 iron relay.
I'm Joseph Epley, I'm 15, I'm in 9th grade, and I swam with 100 meters butterfly.
I'm Ian Mayer, I'm 15, I'm a sophomore, I swam the 200 free relay and the 200 medley relay.
I'm Graham Menard, I'm 18, I'm a senior. I swim in the 200 medley relay, 200 freestyle relay, 200 freestyle, and 100 breaststroke.
I'm Summer Fisher. I am 15, and I'm in 10th grade, and I swim the 200 free relay and the 400 free relay.
I'm Olivia. I am 15 years old. I'm a sophomore, and I swam 100 butterfly and the 200 free relay.
My name is Sophia Puglisi. I am 16. I'm a sophomore, and I did the 100 butterfly.
My name is Peyton Riley. I'm 15. I'm a freshman, and I swim the 50 freestyle, 200 freestyle relay, 200 medley relay, and 400 freestyle relay.
My name is Owen Lopez, I'm 16, a sophomore, and I swim.
I'm Andrew Hope, I'm 15, I'm a sophomore, and I swim the 400. I'm Kim Hollingsworth, I'm 16, I'm a sophomore, I did the 100 breaststroke, 200 IM, 200 free relay, and 200
Medley.
I'm Madison Graham. I'm a senior, and I swim the 500 free, the 2 free, the 2 medley relay, and the 4 free relay.
I'm Tatiana Bernier. I'm 15. I'm a freshman, and I swim the 100 free, the 200 IM, the 200 IM relay, and the 400 free relay.
Goodness gracious.
We are missing Evie Grimm, who's at home sick. She's a sophomore, and she swam the 50 free, the 100 free, the 200 free relay, and the 200 medley relay. We're missing our 3 divers. I'm not sure why they're not here. They got the same email as everybody else. But Emma Rakuya, first-year diver, was 4th in the state. Hollybrook Klein, oh, she's a freshman. Hollybrook Klein is a junior. She was 2nd in the state, first-year diver. And Tommy Bloomer, who's a senior, who you've heard her name before, she's our drum major for Radford High School. She is the back-to-back-to-back state champion in diving for female. So we are super proud.
State champions.
So they, the boys came off of a back-to-back-to-back state champion win. They missed second place by 4 points.
Ugh.
And they missed first place by about 35 points. And the girls were second in the state behind our lovely rival of Bruton High School, who we just can't wait for the day when that happens. You'll go to the celebration heard around Radford when that day happens. But as you can see, we have a young team, and we have some seniors that have really contributed to this program. It's been a pleasure to, I won't cry. I won't. But it's been a pleasure. I've known these seniors since they were tiny. Some of them I taught to swim. I've coached their entire lives. And I absolutely say that these kids, these seniors especially, have walked so that this team could run. because it is just getting going. They are really starting to make a name for themselves. It's really fun when we show up and they don't see it always. I tell them it happens, but we go to warm up and everybody walks by and you hear the teams go, "That's Radford, that's Radford, that's Radford," and I just kind of smile and just keep walking behind them. It's really fun for us to have built a program that is so successful. We appreciate your support and just so proud of them. So thank you so much.
Don't leave yet. Can you let us know who? Like I know Trent had individual state champion
Yes.
swims, and I think he even had did he have a state record in?
He did.
Okay. And,
So raise your hand if you first place finish. Relays count. There you go. The boys 200 medley relay and 200 free relay. Raise your hands if you're on that relay. That's both of them. So they both finished, both of those relays finished first in the state. Trent won the 200 IM and the 100 breaststroke. He broke the meet record last year as a freshman in prelims and held it for about 6 hours and then lost it by hundredths of a second to a senior last year. So this year he broke his own record in prelims from the year before, and then he broke his own record in finals again. So yeah, it's kind of fun. And let's see here. And if you know anything about swimming, he swam 4 races of breaststroke in about 58 seconds, which, that's real fast. That's real fast. Tatiana was a 100 butterfly winner as a freshman. It was really fun to be able to say that. Evie, who is not here, won the 50 free and the 100 free, and it was a battle because last year she lost to a lovely young lady from Glenburg by hundredths of a second, and this year she beat her in both by hundredths of a second. So that was fun. Tommy Bloomer is back-to-back state champion diver. So lots of first place finishes within this team, a small group of kids, but they are mighty.
Who says cats can't swim?
That's right. That may be our hashtag. Who says cats can't swim and dive? So,
well,
so proud of you.
Very, very proud of you as not only athletes, but as student athletes here in Radford City Schools. So congratulations and thank you for being here this evening. Let's give them one more round of applause.
Yeah, you wear them all. You wear them all.
You're a senior, you wear them both.
It's a lot of kids.
And now we'd like to bring in our wrestling team with Coach Martin and Coach Ware. Coach Ware. Okay. Coach Ware unfortunately wasn't able to be here with us, but we are so lucky to have Coach Martin with us, not only as a teacher in Radford City Schools, but also as a coach too. He's really done an outstanding job building this program. This was the first year that we've had almost every classification in wrestling field, which is exciting. He had both female and male wrestlers, which is also exciting too. And then he took the most wrestlers to the state championship that we've taken in how long? Long time.
Long time, yes.
So congratulations. We're very proud of you all too. Do you want to introduce everybody or have them introduce themselves? And
I'll have them introduce
okay.
themselves. That's good. Name, grade, weight class. What'd you get in state?
All right. My name is Charlie Davis. I'm 17 years old. I'm a junior in high school, and I wrestled in the 215 weight class and placed second. I'm Taven Williams. I'm 15. I'm a sophomore. I wrestled 150 this year. I got third at state.
I'm Zeb Martin. I'm a senior. I wrestled 285, and I believe I got 7th at state.
I'm Dawson Martin. I'm 17. I'm a junior, and I placed second at 190 pounds.
I'm Lance Duncan. I'm 17. I'm a junior. I wrestled at 175, and I placed third.
I'm Cole Martin. I'm a freshman. I wrestled 157, and I got fourth.
And overall, our team got sixth,
That's great.
which doesn't sound very high, but out of 36 teams that made it to state, we got 6, and it's the first time Radford's been in the top 10 for about 20 years.
That's awesome.
We had one more wrestler that made it to state, Maggie Page.
Yep.
This was the first year that women's wrestling was a emerging sport in VHSL, and Maggie was able to represent us at the 156 weight class. She had a 32-person bracket, which is twice the size of the guys' brackets, and she was this close to getting a medal. She was 1 match short, and we're going to call that 7th or 8th place. So she did a very good job.
And just like our swim team too, these athletes are also wonderful student athletes, and we're very, very proud of you all, and proud of what you've done with the program too. So thank you all, and we appreciate you being here tonight as well. So one more round of applause for these.
Wait on the coach.
Thank you, thank you. Oh, good snack.
Yeah, I got a bunch of talented students. Here's another one, and Coach Steele too. So
I don't take any credit for this one.
so we had our indoor track season was very productive too, and David, as you all remember from last year, was outstanding. He's wearing ring from the outdoor track season. I think that's what you have on there too, and had a very productive football season as well. And I'm gonna turn it over to you, Coach Steele, and just let us know how he did in during the season, and also as a state champion.
As usual, David just jumped. I just got out of the way. Came in second in the triple by about 4 inches. Like 4 or 5 inches. And then, of course, he won long jump, so that's where we are. Yeah. Kind of repeated last year, right? Outdoor.
Have fun this year. It was different than outdoor. So it was like a lot more people, a lot more energy, a lot more competition. So it got me very in shape, very ready for outdoor season. So,
we didn't compete against any 2A schools until we got to regions. So we were competing against schools from all over 6A, from all kinds of states. So it was a definite challenge. It's my first year doing it as an actual head coach, so that was interesting too.
Well, another young man who exemplifies what we expect in Rapid City, and you modeled very well for us, and we appreciate it, and certainly represented our school division on a high level. So thank you, and good luck with your outdoor season. We're very proud of you.
All right, thank you. Anything else?
No, ma'am.
All right. So moving on to the consent items. Speaking of, Superintendent's authority to appoint personnel. Do we have any report on that?
I think I've shared with you what we have.
Okay.
Thus far.
Student activities. Has everybody got a chance to look at the student activities and use of school facilities? Is there anything else? We've got in front of us a couple of field trip requests.
You have 2 that we turned in today. One for kindergarten going to Fort Chisholm Animal Park, and the second one was La Cabana with our Spanish 4.
Very good. All right, do I have a motion to approve the consent items?
I make the motion, they be approved.
Okay, motion of a second.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. All right, information items. Reports, requests, and/or comments by public, students, and/or school personnel. This part of the meeting is reserved for public comments regarding items on our agenda or in regards to Radford City Schools. It's your opportunity to address the board. You're requested to keep your comments polite and courteous. Speakers are asked to express themselves in a civil manner with due respect of the dignity and privacy of others who may be affected by your comments. Speakers should be aware that they may be held legally responsible if they make statements that violate the legal rights of others. For example, if statements are made that are defamatory or threatening. Complaints about specific school personnel are best addressed to school administration, who will address those concerns as appropriated through existing board complaint procedures. Please remember that you cannot mention specific student names during public comments. Comments likely to disrupt the board's work or prompt a breach of the peace are prohibited, and the speaker will be called out of order by the board chair. Please remember that debate during public comments is prohibited. For the record, please state your name and address. Public comments are limited to 5 minutes per speaker at board meetings. If anyone wishes to make comments, please come to the podium at this time. And we've got Miss Bella Calfee.
My name is Bella Calfee. I live at 819 7th Street here in Radford. How is it that music can, without words, evoke our laughter, our fears, our highest aspirations? Jane Swan. Music gives a soul to the universe, wings to the mind, flight to the imagination, and life to everything. Plato. Music is very spiritual. It has the power to bring people together. Edgar Winter. I'm here today to highlight a very vital program at our middle and high school, our marching band. Our marching band typically has 67 students per marching season participate. The quotes I just read truly encapsulate the love of music each member has in our program. Mr. Frankenberger, our band director, and Mr. Saunders, our assistant band director, pour every bit of their hearts and souls into this program. We are also extremely blessed with many technicians and our phenomenal color guard coach, Mrs. Sandra De La Fuente. These people are oftentimes there before the sun sets and very, very long after the sun has set, all for the love of music, dance, and their students. These people provide a home to each of us year-round within the program. I began in the program as a 7th grade flute player, and since then I have been honored to be part of the Radford Regiment Color Guard beginning my 8th grade year. As a now captain, I have been able to pass down my love for the sport to the next generation, which I must say the future is looking very bright. I'm very proud of my girls. Many students find it impossible to speak in a classroom, but are able to find their confidence with a flag or instrument in hand. I have seen it happen within others as well as myself. These people become family, and it's truly amazing what happens when a group of talented artists of this caliber get together under the direction of our outstanding staff. Each year, our marching band brings home at least one first place trophy per competition. Most of the time, it's more. These are truly some of the most talented people I know, and I am lucky enough to call my teammates. If you'd like to support us, we would love for you to donate to our Snap Race fundraiser to help with the monetary needs that come with running a marching band program. A band show is extremely expensive. Music costs, new instruments, instrument repairs, flag silks, uniforms, props, etc. It has unfortunately become very common for the arts to be underfunded. It's a trend. Our music department is absolutely no different. We rely primarily on community and donor support to provide the community with the gift of music. So my ask tonight is for the community to continue to support us. We want to continue performing for the Radford community, but we desperately need your help. Please feel free to contact myself or Mr. Frankenberger for any questions. We would also love for you to join us at our concert as our band program performs this spring on May the 2nd. I promise you it's an event that you won't want to miss. They truly are the best band in the land. As we are wrapping up March, which has been named Music in Our Schools Month, if you are able to see either of our directors, coaches, or technicians, please thank them for all that they do. We couldn't do it without them, and we'd like to publicly thank them now. Thank you all, and have a blessed evening.
Thank you. And then,
may I respond
Sure.
to that? Thank you, Bella, for coming and presenting for us. Just want everybody in the board to know, too, that from ESSER funds, we were able to donate $225,000 to the Fine Arts Program. A lot of that, too, is being used to purchase instruments for the band, too, because we do recognize how special it is to have you all and as well as the staff that runs that program, too. So thank you for
It also includes the sound system. I don't know, former band members board members remember when Rob came, so we're able to purchase that as well. So
Great.
that's being replaced.
Excellent. All right, and I know that fundraiser is also on Facebook. So if you follow, you should definitely follow the marching band Facebook page. I don't know if they're on Instagram, but that information is out there for people to be able to donate. All right, and we have one that was
Yes, ma'am.
emailed.
So this is from Rachel Wolf, who is an early childhood special educator at McCarg Elementary. And this came in today. It says, Dear Rapid City School Board members, my name is Rachel Wolf, and I have had the pleasure and privilege of working for Rapid City Schools as a special educator for the last 11 years. I can wholeheartedly say that we have the best administration at the school and district level. I feel supported and heard by our administrators each and every day. My own children attend Rapid City Public Schools, and I'm confident that our administrators and faculty's number one goal is that our children receive a high-quality education that nurtures them to the fullest extent. I would love to be able to tell you that this was enough to retrain and attack teachers, amazing teachers, enough to continue to provide our children the education they need and deserve, but it isn't. Teacher burnout is at an all-time high. I've witnessed multiple colleagues leave the profession in the last 6 months alone, and have spoken with even more who are unsure if they will return in the coming years. Qualified teachers who apply for vacant positions are few and far between, forcing Radford City Public Schools to select from an applicant pool of candidates who have little to no teaching experience and often do not have a teaching license. In order to gain licensure, these provisional teachers must complete coursework and receive teaching certification within 3 years while teaching a full-time load. As a colleague and parent, this concerns me. As a school system, our goal is to provide a high-quality education. Focusing on the quality of education while allowing the quality to diminish is fatal mistake we cannot afford to make. A change needs to happen, and it needs to happen fast. School systems around the Commonwealth are searching for ways to attract and retain high-quality teachers. We are not alone in this predicament. As a small and innovative school system, we have the ability to make these changes, while other larger school systems work through the red tape. While salary increases are a starting point, many other school systems are doing the same. I beg you to be innovative thinkers. Think outside the box and help us solve the problem. Find a way to attract and retain great teachers for the future of my own children and all children in RCPS. Help us continue to provide for the future of our village. It takes a village. Radford is ours. And that again from Rachel Wolf, who's an early childhood special educator at McCarg Elementary.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Woff. All right, report of the superintendent.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So the first thing that you have are the policy revisions for February, and I attended a conference call with Elizabeth Ewan for the VSBA, and you've had these. There weren't a lot on here that's not different than pretty much legal references and updates to them, but I'll be glad to go through these if you would like. She went over.
Were they on the agenda as a link? Because we don't have them in our stack. We have the.
They're on the website.
Okay, maybe she can bring that up.
Can you bring that up, please, Carrie? So the policies that she highlighted were BDDG, which is our minutes, but there was no really any change to the substance of this policy. The CBG, which is evaluation of the superintendent. I think some of you've gone to that webinar, I believe, and I think, correct. One of the big things on that was the cultural competency training that I have to do now with the staff, and also the formatting changes for the rubric to the document. Management of funds. Not much here. Does authorize the superintendent to make a line item transfers with to certain classifications, if you all still would like me to do that. We ought to review the acceptable computer use system, that's GAB, IIBEA. We need to do that every 2 years. Mr. Howard does a really nice job with that. GCBEB, or military leave and benefits. They changed the mandated leave for military folks from 15 days to 21 days to give them a little bit more flexibility. And then we are part of GCI option 1, which is the professional staff assignment for teacher transfers. And right now we have an effective date of April 1st. They're saying that we can just make that a blank if you all want to, and we choose when to make that. Before it was mandated by the VSBA that it was April 1st, but if we want to just put a blank there, then we just leave it open for the board to decide what that would be. Let's see here. IIBD, or school libraries materials. This just added legal references to a lot of what you're hearing about with books and challenges by the community on what's appropriate and what's not. And then Let's see, two more were IKFD, which is the alternate path to attaining standard units of credit. This really allows us to do more with dual enrollment than we have been able to do in the past, so it's a good change. And then the last one she highlighted was LI, which is Relations with Educational Accreditation Agencies, and this is just updating some language for these programs to highlight. So that's February right now. So if you all review those, and they'll be on the action item at the next April meeting for your approval or questions or discussions. And then I'm gonna just turn this one over to you because these are your boards and norms and protocols. And we met a couple Thursdays ago to go over the boards and norms and protocols with the new school board. So I'll turn that over to you, Ms. Rife.
Okay. So we updated the norms and protocols from each year. The new board takes a look at those. And I guess the yellow is where we edited the changes. Do we need to have any further discussion on those, or do we want to go over those?
I'd like to glance through the changes. I don't have a copy.
Yeah, I don't have a copy with me either. So the changes we made was the chair or designee will speak as the official voice of the board to the public. So that's, for those who are listening in or watching, when we get emails sent to each of the board members, it's the chair who responds as the voice of the board, so that we're not getting 5 different emails that may say something slightly different and can be confusing. And so that was something we wanted to be clear about. And we changed, oh, can you scroll back up just a little bit? We changed we will maintain open communication with each other, the administration, and the community at large. Information shared with one board member will be shared with all members. If considerable work or time is required to generate the data, the majority of the full board must endorse the request. So like if we need to ask Carrie to put together a report for us, if it's something that is within a few minutes that she can do easily, that can be a request from one board member. But if it's something that would take time away from her doing her other duties, we would need to have a majority of the board to approve that, to endorse that. All right, what else did we change? Let me scroll down.
Responding to emails sent to the board.
Okay. So then these are our protocols, that the board chair will respond to emails on behalf of the board to acknowledge the message.
I think that's all I showed.
Was that it?
Yes.
Visiting schools.
Oh,
And
yes.
yes.
Thank you.
So about visiting the schools, we changed it to be not notifying the principal, but notifying the superintendent, since he is our employee. And to let them know about a future visit, and then it's considered a courtesy to inform the superintendent of the purpose and length of the visit. And then when prior notice is not possible, school board members should visit the main office and ask the office staff. And be mindful of the channel of communication. Okay, are we comfortable with those changes?
As long as we make sure the highlights are taken off.
Once we approve them, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
We will.
Thank you.
And that's on an action item too, so you don't have to amend.
So I don't have to do anything.
No.
Okay, so that's what those are. Those are all available to anybody watching along. You can find those on our website. It's underneath the board, and I think if you go to the main board site, our norms and protocols are there. So if you have any questions about what it is to be a board member, you can look there.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All right, thank you. So, and you all we've explained to you about the 2023-2024 school board's school bell schedule last and presented. Ms. Denny has done a lot of work on that. We have the survey out. We had, I think I've shared this with you in the week in review too. There were over 600 responses. The survey that you all approved for us to send out, it showed that there was a lot of interest in about 45.2% interest in looking at a 4-day school week, and then let's see, let me make sure I'm. Is that, oh, thank you. 34% wanted to retain the existing start in times of the 2022-23 school year for next year. 12% wanted to consider implementing a balanced year-round schedule model. 8% wanted to maintain what we have at the high school and then move to the 2-day late openings at the elementary school. 1% wanted to maintain what we have at the high school and only 1 day late arrival. And then the question about do you need childcare if we were to implement one of the late day schedules at the elementary school. 68.6% said no, and 31.4% said yes. So, and again, Ellen has worked very, very hard on this. We met today for a while we would like to look at the 4-day-a-week model and the balanced year-long schedule, but not until next year.
Research needs to be done.
Right, and we did. I mean, there's a lot of information, and so I updated the PowerPoint that was out there and gave some more information. I want to be clear, this came about because our teachers don't have enough planning time. And if you can, and Carrie, I have a copy for you if you need it. If you'll look at the fourth page, there's a flyer about teacher planning time. I think sometimes it's hard I don't know your job. I don't know, what demands you have on you, and I think a lot of times the general public doesn't know the demands that a teacher has on them. And I tried to make a graphic to explain this in greater detail. And so there have been some things that have changed since the pandemic. There were practices we did pre-pandemic that helped teachers have more time. Those practices have gone away for health reasons, but also for safety reasons. But with those practices going away, such as putting 200 students in a room at a cafeteria that's overseen by one supervisor and a teacher, that's gone away. Again, it went away because of the pandemic, and it wasn't the best way to keep kids apart and germs apart. But we know safety-wise, it's not a very safe thing to do. And so kids now, when they enter the school, they go right to their class. So there is no morning time for teachers to plan. The best they can do is get into the building and get things, turn the lights on and get things ready for the kids, boot up the computers, things like that, because kids are hitting their doors pretty quickly. In the afternoon, the little ones have supervision of the little ones takes a long time in the afternoon. It takes a long time to put kids in cars and get them on the buses. And so that time is eaten up, which basically leaves them 35 minutes a day to do all the things that's, and actually if you'll go down, Stacy, if you'll scroll down, this flyer is on this. It's like right there. So all the little clouds around the teacher sitting there is everything basically a teacher's to do in 35 minutes, if they're working in contractual time. And so you have things like parent conferences, parent phone calls, curriculum review and alignment, lesson planning, student prep, co-planning, collaborating, coordination of services, professional development, mandated training, student intervention and remediation, data review meetings, grade level or department meetings, not to mention faculty meetings, report cards, and grading. And that's not even checking email or getting a substitute and making the substitute plans.
Or dealing with discipline that you may have to.
Yeah. Teachers are overworked. The pandemic has made it worse, and there are people leaving teaching because they have no time. I hear you had a teacher here last week tell you, I want to plan a family, but I can't do it. I can't do this. I can't teach without the minutes the way you want me to. And not only that, but the most important thing about planning is enhancing student learning and performance. Without good planning, kids aren't going to learn at the capacity you want them to learn, not at the level. We plan and prep everything we do. If you're having a party, you plan and prep. If you're making a meal, you plan and prep. Lessons are no different. Teachers need time to plan and prep. A high school teacher needs it, a middle school teacher needs it, and an elementary teacher needs it. And we're not giving our teachers planning and prep time. So what I did do on here is I put, the next page kind of gives you some quotes from 5 different organizations about the importance of planning and prep. On that flyer, you'll see some of the mandates that we have to stick to. Those are very, very important because there are things that are handed down from the Department of Education that we have to abide by. That one just gives you quotes from a variety of different Kaplan, Connecting Educational Research, ASCD, K-12 Insight, just on planning. So what I did is I went back to the PowerPoint basically and looked at a variety of the schedules to kind of make sure that I had looked at them correctly. And I'm going to just tell you this, there are mistakes on here. It's a lot of number crunching, and the numbers start to float after a while. And I've done my best to make sure, or tried to make sure, that I was getting the right numbers, because it's very important. We can't move forward unless we know that we're within the mandated requirements from the DOE. Right. It's very, very important. So I'm going to go through these really quickly, but if you have a question about one, please stop me. But if we don't do a delayed opening at the middle school and the high school, what happens is, with the schedule, the reason we go 8 to 3 is to make sure on period days they get 50 minutes for each course. Going below the 50 minutes just really cuts into instruction, and we didn't want to do that. That was a non-negotiable when we met a while ago, that they needed to stay at 50 minutes. We do 4 to 5 minutes in between, I can't remember exactly, and then we have 25 minutes for lunch. Lunch is never counted within your instructional days. You can subtract that, so you'll see 25 minutes subtracted on lots of these, and that's accounting for lunch. So basically, if we don't do an early start at the middle and high school, they'll end up you have to have an average of a 5.5 hour day, 5.5 hour instructional day. No additional planning. They'll get 50 minutes a day, 3 days a week. The block periods will skyrocket in time. They'll become about 100 minutes, and that is an enormously large block period. I don't advocate for it. I think that I don't think students can handle it. I think it's too much for teachers. But however, if we don't do the delay. So on Wednesday or Thursday, they'll get 100 minutes because they have a planning for periods 1 through 7, but we don't do 1 through 7 on both days. So it's either or. So they end up with about 250 minutes of planning for the week. And basically, if you looked at the 5.5 day, for 180 days, we would actually get 217 school days. We wouldn't go 217 school days. It's 180 days. But that's the bulk of that schedule if you look at it based on the 5.5 hours. Now, our 180 days would actually become 6.58 hours. So we exceed the mandated average time for the year. We exceed the number of hours. We exceed the number of days in that one. So if you go to no delay starting at the elementary, they end up with 175 minutes of planning, about 35 minutes a day. They end up with if you look at a 5.5 day, they would have 208 days based on a 5.5 instructional day. But again, it's 180 days, so it actually comes to 6.36 instructional hours for the day for that one. That's no delay. Do you have any questions? Okay, I'm gonna keep going. So if you go to a 1 to 2 hour delay, two of the on your PowerPoint, and it gets go down, Stacy. Okay, these are 2 caveats that we need to maintain if we do the delay. The first would be that one of the days would be unencumbered planning. So if you're going to delay 2 hours, one of those days is no meetings, nothing but planning. It can be co-planning lessons, it can be lesson planning, it can be cross-curricular planning, it can be coordination of services planning, but it has to be lesson preparation, lesson planning and prep, one of the days. The other day could be used for meetings, IEP meetings, RTI meetings, 504, professional development. Teachers vary in their desire of when they want to hold an IEP meeting. Some teachers would rather hold it during their planning so they can get home sooner in the afternoon, but others would rather have it in the afternoon and save their planning. So there is some, we want that autonomy to stay with teachers, but we also want to protect at least one of those delays if we have two. So going into this, the first one, I did not do a one-day delay at the middle and high because I didn't. We've done it before. It gets a little cumbersome. We did it when we had one lunch. We're not doing one lunch. It's a more difficult thing to do. The 2-day delay is the easiest layout that we have. And if you did that for the middle and the high school, it ends up being, so we have to go 180 days, 5.5. If you did a 5.5 instructional hour, it actually ends up to be 194 days. But for a 180-day calendar, it's 5.98 instructional hours each day. So they are in compliance with the instructional hours. They're in compliance with the days of the year and the hours that were mandated to go. And they get 405 minutes of weekly planning with that schedule. If you go to elementary, which is the next one, if you do a 1-hour delay, they end up getting anywhere from 235 to 250 minutes weekly. We don't know what Wednesday would look like if it was the delayed day. I just used it as the delayed day. No, I used Thursday. It might be that their planning is reduced to 25 because remember at the elementary, it's dependent on the amount of time you have in the day and your specialties. So that's a little bit different. It's not dependent on your periods. So that's a little bit different. But anyways, it comes into 235 to 250 planning minutes a week. It equals 198 days based on the 5.5 mandated instructional hours. If you stick with 180, which we would, it comes to 6.05 instructional hours for the 1-hour delay. If you look at the 2-hour delay for elementary, it boosted up to 330, 365 minutes of planning, which is much closer to the high school's amount of planning. Not there. I thought it was. I found some errors. So we're right at 330 to 365 minutes. It equals, based on a 5.5 instructional day, it equals 188.5 days. So still at 180 days, the length of the school year would be 5.76, so it exceeds your 5.5. We have exceeded the number of days and we've exceeded the hours. Questions? Do I keep going?
One thing too that we articulated as a team for, not only the unencumbered planning and one of the days to be used for meetings, but we would request that our staff, if they do have to have an appointment on one of those planning days, that they would have to take leave for that, like the secondary folks do right now too. So we would be providing coverage for them as we done something like Gloria, we've done in the past. They would have to take at least a half a day leave because it's over a 15-minute period that they'd be out.
Okay, so I'm gonna jump ahead. You have the survey results in front of you. I'm gonna go by those. So the 4-day school day was very, very interesting. And the reason I did it is when I saw the results of the survey and knew that some people had talked about it, I thought, well, let's look at it, see what it looks like. The 4-day the 4-day calendar for a school has many pros and many cons. It's very interesting, and there's a variety of ways you can do it. So if you looked at, and again, this one's a little more challenging. I apologize if there's a mistake. I just wanted you to see it to have an idea. There are other factors that we would have to think about, but I don't think we're there to even talk about those. But if you did a 4-day work week, so the way I did it, I got as close to 990 as I could because I knew that, I don't know, maybe I went on me, a 9-hour day with students is very hard to handle for 4 days consecutively. And so I thought we've got to stay as close to 990 as possible if you're crunching it into 4 days. So at the middle and high school, you could look at the school day being, it's really not that much longer. It's 8 to 3:19. And sorry about the exact minutes. We'd work with that. But So it would be 8 a.m. to 3:19 every day. And then Friday, there would be no instructional day. For a teacher, the hours would be 7:50 to 3:30. And that would be a 7-hour, 40-minute day, which at the end of the week would leave about 6.86 hours that we could do a work day on Friday, or some schools close the district on Friday, which would mean then you'd have to put those contractual hours at the end or the beginning of that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, which would mean if you did that, and I left 30 minutes off, it was easier to just work with 7. To work with 37 and not 37.5. So just in thinking, you would look at a teacher day being, where did I put this? 7:30 to 4:30 every day, Monday through Thursday. But then the district would be closed on Friday. That's if you put that planning, that would be that planning time after school. That's not a lot of planning time, I'm just gonna let you know that. Not a lot of planning time. But that is one of the varieties of it. Some people have the planning day on Friday. For middle and high school, when I crunched the numbers, it came to 990.15 hours. So we were only 0.15 hours away from the guidelines. We could extend the day, and that would give you more hours. So with this, I also felt like, okay, you can't just have a snow day. You're too close to the 990. However, you have Fridays. So you could make up the snow day. The other thing I didn't do is I didn't grab the calendar days that are work days right now. So if I grab those days, the ones that weren't Fridays, you get 6 additional days. So that would boost it up a little bit. So there are ways, like you could say, let's not do the 2 early release, the one before Christmas, the one before the last day of school, make those whole days. That's a hard thing for teachers, but make them whole days. You get a few more hours. There's little ways you could pick up hours. I based it on our calendar. I didn't add days to the calendar or subtract them. I based them on the calendar that you approved. Does that make sense? Okay. So at the elementary, did the same thing. They would end up going, the students would be at school from 8:40 to 4 o'clock. Teachers would work 8:15 to 4:15. That would leave them a 5.5 day. I have to look at that too. Because I think actually they would have to go longer. Anyways, if they didn't do it on Friday, they'd have to work it on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It's a long day to go into planning in the afternoon, but it is doable. You could do your planning in the morning if you want and start early. I mean, you could, look at that. But anyways, for an elementary, the closest I got was 996. So they were 6 hours over the 990. They both come in under the mandated instructional day. They're both based on a 143.5 day calendar days. So our calendar is based on 180 days. This is based on 143.5 actual school days because they took the Fridays out. And then the last one that you guys talked about was a balanced calendar or a year-round calendar, which there are multiple ways you can skin that cat. And lots of things to consider. I gave you some information. I didn't make a balanced calendar because there's so many different varieties. And I started thinking the biggest thing I thought was one challenging thing would be extracurricular activities. One of the things that you kind of advertise your balanced calendar is, oh, look, everyone gets to go on vacation at the same time. Well, that wouldn't happen in high school because we couldn't align with the other districts that we play against or we perform against because they don't have a balanced calendar. So when we're off in, let's say, December, let's say, I'm trying to get a good one, October, they're all playing football and our kids have to play football, and then we've got to petition to the VHSL because we're not going to school on Friday. And so there were things, that was just the first one I started thinking about, but there are other things. There's some great pros to a balanced calendar, and one is consistency and continuity. The other one is teachers having a break. The other one is intersessions that you could bring children in and do remediation and intervention. But that is one I think we would have to do a major study with lots of different stakeholders to say, what would this look like and could it even work in our district? There are some districts that do it with elementary, but they don't do it with high school. I think we're very small and that would be very hard not to have that consistency, but maybe it would work, I don't know. But I did not do a calendar for that.
It's almost like the whole state of Virginia would need to say, let's do this thing so that we could all.
And again, I think that's why a lot of high schools haven't gone to it. Elementary have, because they have that wiggle room, they have that flexibility, but high schools don't. So that's a lot of information for you. I gave it to you because I felt like it was important that everyone understand a little more. Again, we don't come to you because we want to jerk the schedule around. I'm going to say it one more time, our teachers don't have enough planning time. And it is definitely affecting achievement. They don't have enough time to plan. They don't have enough time to prep. And they're leaving because of it.
So we would like to recommend to you all that we move forward with the 2-day late arrival for the whole school district. We're already doing it at the high school, middle school. We'd like to do it at the Bellheath and McCard too, but certainly need your support. You don't have to vote on it because it's part of the calendar, but would like the other option right now. I just don't think it's too late in the day to look at these two. I think in the future we need to look at them because they're very innovative and can maybe do some wonderful things for our community, but being March 21st right now, it's late, especially for our community too. So we have, 70% of our folks who said they wouldn't need childcare. We're still working on that with grants. I know that Ms. Lincoln-Hocker and Ms. Green are writing the 21st Century Grant along with JC, and the folks with YMCA are part of that too. But again, we won't know that until probably July or August we get that. We haven't made a call to Adventure Club yet, but we plan to do that too to see how they could support our needs there too. But it's getting kind of late in the game, and our community need to know what we are going to move forward with for next year.
Can I just make some comments?
Absolutely.
Okay. With all due respect, not anything personal. When that survey went out, when 45% of the people responded favorably for a 4-day week, which was the majority of the respondents, I kind of feel like it's unfair that they did not know it couldn't happen next year. I've talked to some people who aren't happy that's not an option. I'm just going to tell you, as a former teacher, first of all, I know they need more planning time. I know that. I would never deny that, and I want you to have it. I just feel like a 4-day week is less disruptive to routines for children. When I was in the classroom and we would have a 2-hour delay for weather, it just threw them off. Now, maybe some people say no, but they were just out of sync on that day. It was not a quality instruction day to have that happen. Also, a 4-day instructional week gives ample time, even more time, for planning and meetings and all those things that you need to do.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
When you say a 4-day week, are you talking about coming in on Friday for planning or no?
Oh, yes. No, just 4 days instruction.
That's a 5-day week. So that's what has to be made clear.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, most of the cases, there are 4 days and Fridays off for
Oh,
everybody.
no. That's not it. I'm sorry, I didn't even know that was a possibility. I do think that I worry about the quality childcare for those children who we might have to provide it for. I worry about consistency. I worry about qualifying people. If that could cause any controversy. I know that the 4-day school week the planning would be different for instruction on a longer day like that. But, I think that you have to make sure your schedule is optimal for learning. for those 4 important days. And according to rand.org, it said most parents, 84% of parents prefer a 4-day school week. And that, students tend to like that too. Sometimes it affords students a day to work, a job or something. What else? I guess that's mainly it. That I feel like we may have disappointed some folks who respond, those 45% who responded that way. And now they're not going to have that.
When we talked about it, we're not opposed to that. I think the biggest questions we had was not just for teachers, but then for bus drivers and school nutrition, and how would they play into this, and
that they would lose hours.
Well, we wouldn't want that to happen because
Right.
we need those support staff
Right.
members. But how could we utilize them on that Friday, and what would that look like and whatnot? The one area that I worry about is we would more than likely have a difficult time securing the 21st Century Grant because of the lack of time in the afternoon. You have to have so many hours.
Mm-hmm.
Now, unless we ran it on Fridays. Now, teachers work 21st Century. If we ran it on Friday, we couldn't use teachers because it's supplanting. So that would be another area.
That would defeat the purpose.
Absolutely, absolutely. But it's the same dilemma with daycare because then you've got a whole day. When some other things we've looked at is which day do you do the day off? Is it Friday? Is it Monday? Is it Wednesday? I mean, from a family
and
standpoint.
I think the teachers would have to come to a consensus about that. It would have to be consistent for everybody.
Right. For families, it lends itself better for a Friday or Monday.
So
It does.
So.
And if I were teaching, I'd probably like the Monday, frankly, just to get myself ready for the week. But
The one thing that's really nice about it is you go into a day of planning where you're fresh. You're
and you get on a roll.
You get on a roll.
You don't get interrupted. That 2 hours, man, that flies by.
And we have not put that even to our staff.
Right.
We haven't polled them. We haven't
So, just-
asked. I just did it because I know it came up. I knew it was in the survey, and I felt like we need to see what it looks like and what we could do.
Right. Let me mention mental health. A 4-day week, I think, would be beneficial for teacher mental health and student mental health. Instructional week, 5-day working, but mental health is big. It's a big concern.
I kind of guess, I think there's almost 2 things here. The biggest is planning time. We know we've got to find planning time. And then the second one is which is the best fit to find the planning time. Which schedule.
Well, and what also, so Oregon has been doing this for 4 years now, and Oregon State did a study on the 4-day week and found that the students' achievement is not nearly as high as it would be with a 5-day week. So
there are a lot of other things off kilter in Oregon, though.
I understand that, but I mean that holds true for Wisconsin, Oregon, and the folks that are looking at the 4-day school because of the 3-day. One of the things that we did over the pandemic when we were going in, Monday, Tuesday, or Monday, Thursday, Tuesday, Friday, was to make sure that we didn't have too long of a break, like a 3-day break. So because that does take our children away, so we would have to factor in that too.
And I think the needed year would be more around professional development. How do you, like you said, how do you optimize instruction for 4 days instead of 5? What does that look like? What does the planning look like? How do you get it ready? Because let's face it, your achievement is as good as how you've planned and delivered.
Oh, absolutely.
So I think that, would teachers, it's the same as the block, can you teach in the block? There's a learning curve there, and we didn't do the best job preparing teachers to teach in the block. I'm going to say we didn't do any job to preparing. We did some stuff with the team. We tried to keep it to 75 so it wasn't so big. That's why the 100-minute block just scares the daylights out of me. I just think it is way too long. But if we wanted to look at a 4-day week, I'm not opposed, I don't think you are either, opposed to studying that and saying what do we need. The thing I worry about is I don't want to be like, any other division that's seen achievement drop, I think we need to figure out what do our teachers need to get ready for that change. How do we implement it? How do we train? How do we prepare? And then how do we go into it if that's what our community wanted?
Who else in our area is using it?
The only one I know of that's considering it is Grayson.
Just considering it.
Considering it. They probably studied it a little bit more than we have.
Yeah.
For next year.
Yes.
Because, yeah, I would want to consult with some
I don't think,
divisions who have.
the last I talked with Kelly too, I don't know if they're moving forward with that yet. I can check and see.
Well, I just had to say my piece.
Yeah. So when it came to the survey, you know, we had discussed what we wanted to have on the survey, and we didn't think through that we should have asked for reasonable options for next year, and then another section of possibilities for the future, including a 4-day week or a balanced schedule.
Or others.
Or others. And so that was something that, you know, we gave Rob the go-ahead to put that survey out, and we didn't choose to suss those things out.
Right,
which
I
made
really
it,
didn't think about it at the time.
We
And
also
then
didn't
when
ask
the
if it-
results came back, I was
Right.
like, whoa.
So it shows that there is community interest in
Mhm.
having a 4-day week. So that means we can give them the go-ahead to do the research, because we want research on things and not I don't want to do anything like when we had the grading policy, you know, concerns, that we want to make sure we've got all the time that they need to get the good data to figure out how to do this and do it well, which is not going to be able, and then be able to train the teachers and work with our community. We don't want to jump.
And again, we have not surveyed teachers.
Right.
Well,
So-
and we also would like to visit. We'd like to make some visits to those that have been doing it for a while too, to see exactly what they've done.
So that's something that I think, you know, giving them the encouragement to go ahead and start studying that so that we can think about that in the future.
Well, I'll just say this. I think it doesn't look well to send out a survey and choose to do what had an 8% or a 1%.
But your teacher
positive
survey
response.
was, you do have your teacher survey. We did survey teachers.
Oh, I
on
know that, yes, oh, no, I know that.
Yeah.
I know that.
We also
And
didn't-
also, I think you'd have more community buy-in with the 4-day thing than it is.
And we didn't do the 4-day with our teachers.
We did not.
Mm-mm.
And
we
I don't
also-
know, it's, you know, it's March
21st.
21st.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't affect your bus routes, right?
It would not. For me, it's the training. If we
Right.
were to go back and poll everyone, it's the training. However, but see that, and then I get
It's the training, it's extracurricular, you know,
It's
if
the
you're
Fridays,
leaving at
it's-
4:45 for a game at Allegheny, you're not gonna be back until probably 1 or 1:30 in the morning. I mean, that, you know.
I mean, you're going to miss class. Is what's going to happen.
Yeah.
You're just going to miss more class time
Class.
because the game time won't change.
Right.
You'll just have to leave.
You all would have to, or our guidelines and policies, some too, because right now you have to be at school a certain amount of hours in order to perform or to play.
The other thing I want to say real quick too that I didn't mention this, if you went to a 4 days, I'm only thinking the high school and middle might want to try something different. You could go to a 7-period day every day.
You definitely
7
could.
periods. And I think I mapped them out at about 52 minutes each. It might be that we wanted to make them 55 minutes each. I don't know. Again.
Would that give an opportunity for more options in other classes? Like, would they be able to take more?
No,
Okay.
because you're still offering the same amount of classes. You're
Okay.
still offering 7.
Okay.
But what that does is it just helps
Cuts
stay
it.
under the numbers and
Well,
everything.
we'd have to work with the guidance counselors too, because I don't know what that 4 days would look like for planning periods for our teachers, because you're so condensed into what you
Right.
need to do at that point, and you're having a day for planning, so.
I think you'd still do the period though, because I think that's the mandate is you still have to do planning for that period. So if it was a 50-minute, let's say a 50-minute class, you still get the 50-minute planning on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Now planning might, I don't know, I mean, I haven't sat down and looked at it, but planning might increase a little bit for elementary per day because you have a longer day. So it might be that your specialties become 35 minutes or, 40 is a long time. I mean, we know that, but we could look at, there might be some flexibility with that.
Because right now, with the state of affairs, that 35-minute planning may or may not happen, depending on whether the specialty teacher is there or has a sub.
Exactly.
Or,
And-
or,
and-
or coverage.
Or coverage.
And a lot of people don't understand that either, Ms. Boyd, that we've got teachers using their planning period to cover for other teachers because we can't get substitutes.
And Title I teachers.
And
covering.
Title I teachers in covering,
And
yes.
children not getting the services they need. So,
Yes.
yeah, it's,
And so Friday,
substitutes is
you know,
a
you
big
do kind of
issue.
wonder what we would say then, substitutes. I mean, when you're taking that many, you know, you're taking 37 days away, that you don't have to have substitutes.
Okay, well, I'll stop now.
Well, just one other comment about the survey, because we set it up the way we did, where you can only pick one. So if everybody says, hey, 4-day week, that sounds great, click, then they didn't have the option to then say, but if we did a regular 5-day, would you prefer
But
keep
look
it the
what came in
same?
second.
What came in second was?
Second came in a balanced calendar all year round.
All right, so take those two out because those are
And I
to be
understand
studied.
that's impossible. I know that's impossible on short notice.
Yeah.
I get it. Because there's so many options for
that's
how
right.
to
I have to
run
look.
that.
That one's very expensive too.
Is it?
Air conditioning and driving
yeah,
and
year-round,
summertime.
yeah.
Well, remember the intersessions, you having your teachers work the intersessions too, so we would have to budget for that too.
So, you know,
The other thing that we were talking about today that's kind of nice with a 4-day week is for SRO testing, only the kids who are testing come in on Friday. So then everyone else is at home, and it makes it so much easier for the school to test. You know, you can make up snow days on Friday. You can bring kids into the writing portfolio on Friday. It leaves you with some wiggle room for some of those things that we get in, but we have to find, you know, different ways to do it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the
Thank you.
second, I'm wrong, Ms. Boyd. The second one was retain this year's schedule.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
okay.
Again, elementary is not.
I know.
Yeah.
I know that's not doable.
Yeah.
I know that we have to do something. I understand that.
You know, my concern with this, and I'll reiterate what I said when we talked about it initially. At this point, we've surveyed our teachers. They gave us a response. We made the, in my opinion, appropriate decision to then survey the families and citizens. They gave us another response. We see the difference between the two. Our teachers are saying, I want 2 days, primarily, from my understanding, they want 2 days late.
I need to.
Our community needs 2 days, fair. They need the time, is where we're getting to it. Our community has said, we want to keep the same schedule. Now, I'm also looking at this as a person who does statistical analysis for a living. We know that there are some errors and anomalies in the survey that we requested because we had some feedback from students who said, a student specifically who said, I got the survey, I went to question number 2, which is my heartburn on this whole thing, and said, I answered no because I'm a student. I don't need daycare. And I think that's a fair discovery of an anomaly in the survey, but I'm also curious of, is that going to be, are there enough of those areas there, those anomalies, to then skew the results? Because again, I also have to look at the errors and omissions in surveys and analysis that I do. If we were to take out, I think there was 661 respondents? Was that?
666. I think 666 last time we looked. Right? What do you? No, right?
That's horrifying.
Okay,
on its
somebody
own.
go take the survey again, right
Yes,
now.
please, someone else take a survey as quickly as possible. Or we forgot one, we took it out. Whatever. So with that being in mind, really my focus is on question 2. Okay? My reason for that is when we are allocating a schedule change to our families, it then, I will never advocate for a socialist regime. Let me be very clear about that. You know, I don't believe that everyone is required to be provided something free of charge. That's not where we are in the world. No, I don't believe that our schools are daycares, as the comment was made in the last meeting. It shouldn't be, it isn't, it doesn't need to be. But the reality of the society that we live in today, when we put, whether we perceive it or not, what we see, the data tells us, is a challenge, to put it politely, potentially a hardship on our families, and they say 31.4, and I will take issue with the verbiage that was utilized in saying only 31.4% of our families said they need this. I relegate as a banker everything to currency. If we took away 31.4% of each one of our salaries, would you still be as excited to go to work the next day? Probably not. So in this particular case, we have 31.4% of the people who took this survey who have said, I'll need some form of childcare to cover these hours that we want to provide to our teachers so that they can effectively not provide childcare to our students, but they can actually prepare them to be the best students possible and grow, develop, learn, and go out into the world for us to be so proud of as we were student athletes before. You know, I want to produce the best student possible so they go out and be successful in the world and advocate for others to come back to us or stay in our community, help us grow and develop. But can we continue to do that? What is our plan for that 31.4? And my heartburn on this still, it was the first day, it still is today. With our budget, which we'll get into in a minute, I just don't see that we have the capacity to offer any solutions outside of a hope to say, we're going to do our best and we hope that's enough. I find it distasteful, to say the least. You know, I find it disappointing. And where is the happy medium? I don't know. But I don't want to lose sight of that, because I've heard a couple times tonight as well, we got the results, our teachers need this. And I agree. I think they do, wholeheartedly.
I have a question. Distasteful. I don't know. Can you help? I don't think anything we've done is distasteful.
It's not
I think
because
that a
we've
teacher works
corrected it.
7.5 hours a day. That's their contractual hours.
Yes.
And
what I think is distasteful is when we're putting a hardship on the family, but we're not offering a solution.
But we haven't said that we're not going to offer a solution.
Okay. But we also haven't said that we have.
Well,
and we can argue semantics all evening and we go nowhere.
There's two options that we could offer for childcare. One is the best one would be to work hard to get this 21st century grant so we can continue some of the wonderful things that we've done with the grant in the past.
And I think it'd be fantastic.
The second would be, if we don't get that, is to offer Adventure Club to our families, that the 31% that would need that, and that's a really good program too.
At a fee, correct?
I don't know that. I haven't.
Okay.
When I was in Dublin, we had it. It was a fee, but there were also, the company worked for subsidized fees too, just like all our child cares do around town too. Okay. And there's also opportunities in working with Southwest Virginia United Way or the New River Valley United Way. I mean, there's options for, and we wouldn't not provide those unless we were told, no, we can't.
I just want to make sure that we're not losing sight of that, because
no,
whenever the verbiage came out and it was saying only 31.4% of our families need this, actually I think it's going to be a higher number when we take out the errors.
So I told Ellen I was surprised.
And I agree. I think it actually is going to be higher once we take out the anomalies in there that were based on the verbiage that we permitted for the survey. I think once we take that out and get a more accurate
I appreciate
release.
you looking out for the community too.
Sure.
And I'm going to again push for our teachers, because they are working extremely hard. And
I agree with you.
I want to be on the record here. I wasn't the one who said that we're not babysitting services, because I do think there is a child care component that we offer, but not at the expense of our teachers, and not, they are asking us, in fact, begging us to give them more planning time, and it is our duty and responsibility to do that.
Yeah.
It worries me that, and I appreciate, Ms. Boyd, what you're saying, because I kind of am very interested in the 4-day schedule. I'm just really worried. I've told Ellen that 4 times today. Is it too late to do that? And this feels like too late to me.
And I agree. I think, in my opinion, Gloria, as much as I love the idea, and
and we would like to look
I
at it.
would love to see it and see
research
more
it.
information on it. But I think we're too far down the rabbit hole this year.
Yeah, I think so.
I agree.
I think it'd be irresponsible to jump on that wagon right now.
I also want to say that conversations that we've had for the 21st Century Grant and its application is that the morning we would be an application based on employment of families. 21st Century traditionally has been a disadvantaged program, but we know that if we pull it in the morning, we have to cater to those families that are employed. The afternoon, we might have two different populations, one in the morning, one in the afternoon. But we have talked about that.
Including our staff.
Including our staff, yes.
Maybe the lead that we do have.
Yes.
I think that's information that the more we can share, the more information that we put out there,
Well, and
I think
that's
the better
why,
off we all are.
that's why I created this.
Yeah, but it's, again, I think for the public, it's incumbent upon us to make sure that we share that information with as many people as possible, so that those questions are being answered, and kind of takes everybody's blood pressure down about 20 points.
I appreciate with the 2-day, late start at the lower, at the elementary school level, that's congruent with what we're already doing at the upper, where I think where we've got staff, all of our staff needs to be on the same schedule. I think that's fair. We have planning time for the upper grades. We need to have planning time for the lower grades. I think even though it's a 2-day later start, it's consistent with the rest of the district. That we're not, that if the older kids will be home at the same time that the younger kids are home, in the same way that we try to stagger that always. And so I think there is a consistency there, even if it's a 2-day later start, that it's going to be that way every week. It's not the random 2-hour delay. It's expected, and kids fall into a routine. And I've got to support our teachers. This is what they need, and there's no other way to get them that planning time, unless we can, find some pot of gold where we can make sure we always have substitutes and we always have, staff on hand to take care of those times when those planning periods are taken away. So I'm very comfortable with the 2-hour or 2-day late start for all schools. Any other comments by anyone else?
My turn.
Go for it.
So I have a couple. I had I can't shake this saying this guy said to me one time when I was principal. He said, "Dr. Ray, you're providing me with a Band-Aid when I need a stitch." I've never forgotten that. That's been a very long time ago. And I think what we're doing with the delay, I'm fine with. I think it's a great Band-Aid, if you will. So I like it, but and I'm in support of that. And I think I said that last meeting, but I still challenge that we should dig into the 4-day week, the balanced calendar.
And we're more than willing to do that too.
I know that. I hear you. So I'm not. I think it's great that everybody's open to it. But I do want to time box it, and I'll tell you why. I'm not comfortable with a year-long study. Those tend to never get finished. They tend to, you talk about them 1 month and then not for 6 more. And so I would like to have a recommendation for not this coming school year, but the following, by summer.
You talking 2024, 2025?
Yes, and I'll tell you why. I have a pretty strong history with scheduling and block schedule versus 7-period day and all those things. I'm pretty well versed in it. And from my experience, you need a year to train your teachers with whatever you're getting ready to throw at them. So a 4-day week, I think, has the potential to be very innovative, but I don't think we should jump in head first without knowing all the caveats. I think there are a lot. I think we got to be very careful, but I still challenge that we make a decision before this coming school year, so we spend this coming school year planning for the next, not studying it, but planning for it.
So you would like a recommendation by?
I mean, throw a date out there. I'm saying
September.
next year, July 1, August 1, whatever.
Can we do August 1?
Can we do
It's
something?
grant period up to July 1.
Can we do,
which
I'll
can
tell
be
you what,
very
how about
fun.
after this, how about after the students start?
Give me a date.
October
I'm open.
1st.
I feel like that's halfway through.
How about the 1st of September?
1st of September. Oh, when does, because children are starting the 16th.
I mean, I don't even mind doing, we can do it. I don't think it's going to be that hard, but.
No, but I mean,
But I would like to,
but
we'd
there,
like to visit
there are
places
things.
too.
Yeah.
Okay, so September 1st, I'm okay with. I'm only 1/5 of these guys, but I would like to hear a recommendation and us to make a decision and a commitment to our staff. Let's give them the stitch that they're asking for, not a Band-Aid.
Was September 1 okay with everybody? Yeah.
And for me, that gives everyone the opportunity to plan for daycare if you need it, to plan for the whatever, however many minute block we have to do, to plan for this and that, visit some schools. We've made the decision to do this. The beauty of a small division in my mind is we can try it. I mean, we tried it with one lunch. It didn't work. We just quit. And then there's a lot of good and bad to that, but we did it.
We tried it.
Well, we went into the pandemic, and then it just kind of, yeah.
So I think as long as it's thought through, we perform our due diligence to make the right decision, and then we spend a year planning for it, the professional development around it, all the visits and different things. I know committees will be formed, and there'll be a lot of, we should have public forums and all the different things that should go along with that, because it's a big deal. So I do agree that we don't need to dive in. But I also challenge that we need to do something and commit to something. And I'm okay with the delayed days, because I think, again, that's, for lack of a better analogy, that's a good Band-Aid. And I think we're able to provide that in a pretty simple manner with some adjustments. But let's think big. Let's think real big. I mean, 4-day week was just brought up, and you heard me last week. I got excited about it. I love a balanced calendar. I can talk all day about that if anybody wants to meet me out here and discuss it. But again, there are good pros and cons to all of it. So I think we weigh the pros and cons, whatever your recommendation may be, and we make a decision and we go with it and we commit to it together. And then we commit to whatever it takes to prepare our staff and our community for it. So that's where I am, but I do have a couple questions. Before we do that, I want, I know I said this last week, I would like a policy or something in place to say that we cannot interrupt that planning day, that one of the 2 days. I think that needs to be in writing. We need to endorse it and commit to it, because things come up.
What we can do, Dr. Ray, is present you with a calendar for the year where it's mapped out, where you see those on the days of which there will be nothing but planning.
Have that on there too.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Same thing. We vote on it. It's you can't. No one can change it. The building level principal, no disrespect, can't say, "Yeah, we're going to do this today." Sorry.
Right.
So I just think we owe that to everyone. And the other thing I asked for was a detailed child care plan. What I know we're not a daycare center. I get that, but we do need to know what's the plan. So, and I'm assuming we don't have that right now.
And we are at the mercy of the DOE with the 21st Century Grant. I had to call them last year to even ask them. I mean, finally in August, I was like, oh my gosh, I got people sitting out here. They've already told us it won't be until August. You won't hear. A sure-proof plan would be calling Adventure Club and saying, we want to know what you can do for us.
So.
And I'm more than happy to do that.
I would still like, whatever it is, I don't know what options are out there, but I would still like to know, because the question's there. And from the community, from myself, I mean, without the survey, that's why I pulled out my notes. That's one thing I did ask for. It's maybe more difficult than just spitting it out.
We're hoping,
I get that,
we've got some great feedback on the grant. We can turn it in a week before and get their feedback. And we have a great relationship with them. So we're hoping that we can really make a good plan, and partnering with the Blacksburg YMCA.
Well, we have a meeting with them next week, so.
Yeah, and then also with New River Community Services, we feel like we've got some good partnership.
So can you guys commit to, by next meeting, having that?
For the daycare, to see what I can offer.
The daycare piece, yes.
As
So our
long as you
community
realize it'll be
knows,
a
we
draft.
all understand what's there.
Yep.
Pros and cons and all of that.
Okay.
And then we're committing to September 1st of having a recommendation of what we want to do the following year.
Yep.
Sure.
Okay.
Sounds great. Thank you.
I think it's along what we had talked about in the last meeting as well. Of, let's stop trying to patch this thing and let's fix it. If the issue is when you go out to the meetings like we discussed early on, if we need to be and we all have to be innovative to attract people and to retain people. That's where we kind of went off on that side track of the 4-day week and the balanced schedule. Let's check into that on the survey, because I was excited about it. It's an opportunity. Again, it fixes the problem. It doesn't just keep pushing it on down the road, per se. I think on this particular situation, we've already taken a huge step forward, because even though it was an unintended consequence, we've already got community feedback saying overwhelmingly they support the idea. So now we just need to pick up the other side of it to find out from our staff, are they okay with it? Obviously some of them are because they would have gotten the survey too. But we need to find out that side of it. Then, of course, the back end of it,
Okay, so you have recommended the 2-day delay start, and do you need us to give
Just to support it.
a support?
I don't, Ms. Swing, we hadn't heard.
Yeah, we haven't heard from Ms. Swing. All the way down there.
Mine is pending the daycare plan. I mean, just
Okay.
I support it, obviously.
I'll wait my turn. My biggest concern is the experience we just had with the survey. And we had an idea of what we needed to know, and then it just mushroomed in ways we hadn't imagined, and being interpreted in ways we had not imagined. We knew what our questions meant. So I don't want us to jump again and be going, oh, gee, why didn't we think of that? Why didn't we think of that? So I like the idea of, Jody, I'm going to steal your word, Band-Aid for the coming year, because that's what we're facing. Well, your mentor's Band-Aid. That's what we're facing right now. We cannot sit here and just let this continue to ride. We need to make a decision, and we need to put plans into place with lots of forethought and lots of planning in the mapped out plan that you propose to look at 24, 25. That's my concern. I really want us to get our teachers some help. At the same time, figure out how we can support our teachers, support our families, so that those teachers are doing their very best job for those families. So I know it's a balancing act. It's not going to make, we're not going to come up with something that's going to make everybody happy, but we've got to do the best we can do for our families and our teachers.
All right.
That's it. I'm through.
Okay. So,
Move forward.
are we okay to allow them to move forward with the 2-day delay schedule for all,
Thank you.
all schools? Thank you all.
And then I sent you all the discipline document too, and just be aware that, like an incident for disruption or disobedience could go in multiple categories here, too. But the one that really is, I think we need to applaud our administrators on, and our students too, is teachers as well, is the persistently dangerous. That's the one that really causes us a lot of problems when we have persistent, and that's weapons and selling of drugs and things of that nature that are going on in your school. Threat of, severe threats to the school system. So we don't have any of those this year, actually, not just in February, but this year. So you have that there. It shows you that we had a total of 182 incidents. It shows you which ethnicity had the most incidents, and then how many students were involved in them. So any questions there? And so
It seemed to me that Dalton's numbers with only 2 grades were not, something didn't ring true between those buildings, and I had to wonder about what qualified for a report to be made for everybody.
I'm sure Mr. Freeman will tell you.
I'm not questioning your judgment at all, Mr. Freeman, at all. I think you did your job.
No, he addressed this,
he addressed
this in a meeting.
I think, I enter anything, if a student is removed from class, even if it's for 10 minutes, I enter that in as an incident. Perhaps we don't have consistency from our 4 schools as to what we enter. If the student is removed from class up to a suspension from school, I put it in as an incident. I want it documented, I want it there, and so I completely acknowledge, and I can see the district report that Dalton has way more reports. I think I might personally over-document things.
I appreciate
Mr. Freeman, I assure you there's no such thing.
Absolutely.
I think you're being complimented right now.
You are.
Well, okay, I didn't want you to think about the school is,
No.
is
No,
crazy.
I knew there had to be an explanation. So, no, you're doing a great job. Thank you.
Mr. Freeman, while you're there, and please go ahead and have a seat by all means, because I've been on both sides of that. But in Glory, I thought the same thing whenever I looked at it again. As with my vocation and my nature, I'm looking at this going statistics. I put everything on one page, looked at it, I'm like, okay, where's my outliers? I looked at it and went, if I ever need an auditor, I'm calling you. Because, and that's a compliment. Again, I'm a banker. It's what I do. I'm looking at that going, okay, this, but I was curious. I thought we mentioned in the last meeting that there was a consistency between what should be documented and reported. I got to be honest, if there is, one, you need help ASAP. But I think it's just a matter of as you mentioned, the consistency, potential consistency of the reporting. I would say, is there any way that could we have you share what you do with everyone, not here tonight, but just as an idea, Mr. Graham? Would that be something we could share that, please?
I think that one thing you have to understand is we're four different, very, very different schools.
Sure.
And where Dalton has periods and blocks, and it's really easy for them to say, well, this is in this class and this is in this class. We're in elementary, and I think for Michelle as well, that kind of bleeds in, and it might be that, and for us, it may not necessarily be a discipline where it's cut and dried as well as it is at Dalton. For us, it's, well, let's go back and try it again, let's get some rest and recover. It's not necessarily a discipline issue, and what we really work on is getting them back to class and getting them the break and the mental health and the counseling and all the things that they need. So I think it would be very hard for us to be consistent in a way that makes sense for the report, because what our day-to-day looks like and what our classes look like and those kinds of things are a little bit different.
Well, and
It does.
also, you've got that age difference.
Yeah.
You've got the elementary kids that are they're still listening to teachers and respect and that sort of stuff. And when you get to that middle school, they're pushing those boundaries and they're trying to find out who they are and that sort of stuff. So some things come up as more discipline issues that, and by the time they get to high school, they've either learned what to do and what not to do or how to hide it a little better. Middle school kids are right out there in your face about what they're doing. So I think some of that, besides Mr. Freeman's very detailed recording of what's going on, I think you also have some developmental data that's impacting that's impacting those numbers too.
Well, so the Virginia Department of Education tells you things that you should report. What Mr. Freeman told you there about the child that he spent with 10 minutes doesn't have to be reported.
Yeah.
Or what Ms. Lincoln Hucker was saying too. But you have to report a bait. Or you have to report anytime there's physical altercation, or you have to report anytime there's weapons in your school, or you have to report anytime that there's marijuana or any other drugs that are in the school too. And those are things that you have to, but then they give you a lot of liberal discretion to put what you do. So, and coming from another division too, I think our staff does a super job with this, because sometimes we would get reports and there wouldn't be anything on there, and we were dealing with discipline a lot.
And that's one of the things I look at anytime, if there's something on, and to your credit, I wasn't discounting that, but, and I look at it as a parent and say, okay, I'm not expecting the same sort of issues from one of our littles as we do one of our high school or intermediate school children, because they're different developmentally as socially and everything else. And to your point, some students are just better at hiding things, and you all are better at rooting those things out. But I don't get nervous unless I see zeros, and that's what I'm like, I'm always suspicious of nothing.
I can tell you the zeros and the persistent.
But yeah, I mean, this one
is correct.
Yeah, no, that's good. But I mean, it's also the first time we've seen the report.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm trying to look at as well.
It'll be interesting to see how March looks.
Yeah, I'd like to see. I'm interested to see what the trend is. I'm a numbers guy. You can't beat that out of me.
So where does a vape get reported up here?
You could do it in a number of I mean, you could be behaviors related to school operations, behaviors related to a safety concern, but behaviors that endanger self or others. We don't have a whole lot of guidance on that because of the codes that are simply in Power School.
And what about DAT pen, marijuana?
Same thing. Now, that would, those are marijuana, but that is not considered persistently dangerous as from the BDOE behavior codes too. So persistently dangerous, we were worried about the incident at McCarg being persistently dangerous that we just dealt with, but it wasn't. We checked.
Would that behavior impede academic progress?
It could.
Or endanger self and others.
But you can only Darden's really good at this. You can only input one behavior code, right, Darden, in Power School for an incident?
No, you can do multiple.
Oh, you can do multiple, so
Okay.
maybe that's why too. Could be.
My scare.
Are they repetitive on the report then? And
Are there doubles?
do you mark them on both and then
Sounds like it could be then.
2 times?
I'm sorry.
I think you could because there's 182 incidents and only 200 students, so
Yeah.
they're probably in there twice or more.
So you're still,
It's all one incident, but
You can report-
had a classroom disruption and cursing. That would be 2 different classes.
Would they show up twice on the categories here?
I don't know.
I'll ask
First
Paige
time
that.
I've ever seen that report, so I don't know.
I'll ask Paige and see.
But classroom disruptions and maybe even cursing happen at other grade levels. I think it should be documented and see if there's a trend. I'm telling you, I got on this bandwagon last time, but discipline is driving a whole lot in our schools. It's driving teachers leaving. It's driving subs don't want to do the job. It's a big factor. And I don't think we can sweep any of it under the rug. That's part of accountability for the student if their behaviors are documented. And I've told teachers, document the behaviors yourself. See so someone can see what's happening. What are you dealing with every day? Because we don't know, but I can imagine. Okay, off my soapbox.
My scare with this when it was requested is that the data wouldn't say much, and that's kind of what I'm seeing. I see a bunch of numbers that, well, it could be this, it could be that. Marijuana could be 4 different things. A kid cursing a teacher could be, I mean, we're not getting what we asked for.
That's why I brought up the code of conduct last time.
Yeah.
That's pretty tangible.
And I think you're giving us what you have, so I don't.
That's what the state gives us.
And I think you'd have to identify the behaviors and kind of separate them to say, in order for us to track them in that way.
Well, they're so generic on the codes. I mean, they're so generic.
Looking at belligerency, I mean, using belligerent language, well, that's one thing. But if you're looking at threatening language, what does that look like versus, aggression? Are you going to break that down to punching, pushing, biting?
And I don't think that's where I'm at, drilling down too deep. But I don't want to interpret what you're saying. But what my thoughts are, if they're sent to the office, it should be up here or something, whatever it's described as. And it seems like we have one school doing it on a consistent basis. That's just by looking at the numbers and the comments. That's what, and everybody has their own style, and I get that. But I guess my question is this enough for what we're after to see? Because I'm in the same camp. I hear discipline is driving a lot of things, and I look up here and say, the discipline's pretty good. All but one school. No, I'm just playing, Mr. Cruz.
I wouldn't.
But the point is,
incidents.
he's just documenting.
Yeah.
That was a
remember
joke.
now,
Please take it that way.
That's 162 incidents and 200 students in 1 month, a short month. So.
and I think that's what I'm looking for is what's the trend going to be? This is the first time we've seen I've looked at the report, the first time we've presented it. I agree. I mean, there's no such thing in my world as too much detail. I live in the detail of the information because that's how I make things work or not. But I also understand your point of view from last time, if I understood correctly, there's only so much detail can be provided without going into the comment section, which is then going to potentially be an issue in an open session versus closed session. I don't want to dig into the weeds on it every time. We might have to for a while so we get the data so we can actually understand, what are we looking at. But, my question would be, if this is provided on the code from VDOE, is there someone that you could reach out to and say, can we modify this for the benefit of all? I mean, it may be, if we have the question, someone else does too, maybe we just need to ask.
So this changes every year.
Okay.
So
then a perfect opportunity, here's some feedback from what my board is seeing. They want more detail without getting into the comments section. Can we update this to provide more feedback on what are these specific actions? And it also would stop some of the crossover then that we may be seeing, so that if we have, there's that ambiguity of where does this fit. If we can get that updated for you and for our teachers, one, it sounds like it's going to make your all's life easier. Properly document things to age group and age appropriate issues as necessary. So maybe it's just a matter of adding some detail to that at a state level to help. And then I know that doesn't happen quick, and it isn't, it isn't in our purview, but you never get anything if you don't ask.
But the state, the DOE are minimum standards. My question is, do we want to meet the minimum standards and be okay with it? Or do we want to mandate, we're policymakers, do we want a policy drilling down deeper? I don't know the answer to that, but I wonder if these are the minimum standards. We're meeting them.
Well, we're not okay with the minimum on schedule. We shouldn't be on this,
hearing.
in my opinion. I agree with you. It's just to be clear, because that was unclear how I stated that. Sorry.
What's our response to that?
So it sounds like, we've got sort of apples and oranges going on with this report to some degree because of the disparity of the different schools and the age, appropriate, inappropriate behaviors for each age. And so maybe there's a way that we can look at whatever rubric, if there needs to be more clarification for our, staff for when they're inputting things, so that all of this type of thing is all going in this one section and only once, and all of this type of thing is only going in this one section once. Because changing BDOE standards is much more difficult than taking a look at our own way that we're inputting data, making sure it's still within VDOE standards, but that we're clarifying for our schools how we're looking at that data.
I couldn't do anything with this data. If I wanted to analyze it and say, all right, this is a direction, I wouldn't know what to do. And I'm not saying I'm the expert, but my question is, do we want to continue getting this, or do we want to modify the request? I don't know what we do moving forward. I have no interest in seeing this every month and not know what I'm looking at. How many were reported, how many weren't, elementary versus middle versus high. I have no interest in that because I don't know what to do with it. It doesn't state this action needs to, and that's probably where you guys are. I mean, with the discipline, what does this tell us?
I think this is what we sent you all when you asked for it from one quarter to the other, and it showed us that in the first quarter we had 295 or maybe 400, I can't remember, I don't have that off. There was like 200 less in the second quarter than we had in the first quarter. So I think it shows us that our staff is doing a wonderful job dealing with discipline. I think you're going to see that this is going to drop. I think it also shows you that we have a lot of issues in February with white females, because there's 47 and there's not many others. So that tells us that I think there's a lot here that is good data.
I get it, but when you say it drops, my question is, well, did it drop, or did we just not report more because we have the autonomy to do so?
I understand that too.
Yeah.
But I think our staff, we don't want to underreport, because that's one of the things that DOE tells us. Do not I think that rings true to our staff, that we're going to input everything that we can when we have incidents that are there. I can tell you, just from I've subbed at every level as a principal at Bell Heath and McCarg and John Dalton and Radford High School, and John Dalton is the busiest school that we have as far as behaviors go. McCarg is the busiest as far as children go, but John Dalton is I was just there 2 weeks ago, I believe, and I didn't sit down the entire time. So I think there's some truth to that too. Of course, you got, it's only 2 grade levels, but you got their hormones are, I think Kelly will tell you this, 6th grade is probably her most difficult at Bell Heath because the hormones are starting to,
That difference in.
they're different ages.
And Rob, to get onto that, for us, it's not discipline, it's mental health.
Yeah.
When you have a student that comes and is dysregulated at recess because something has happened at recess, and then they come in and we're having that conversation and thinking about the consequence, and they break down emotionally and we had this today, say they want to kill themselves, well, the primary focus becomes not on how we're going to log this into discipline, but how are we going to get that student better regulated and calling access and calling mom and getting the counseling that they need. There's a lot of things that go into our day, and a lot of things that our 6th graders are facing and all of the other ones are facing as well. And when we call parents, it's not necessarily, oh, they push someone at recess. It is, we really have to have a conversation because this is where our concerns are. We need you to come in. So those are the things that we deal with regularly. And when I say regularly, I mean 4 or 5 times a day.
I still don't understand why that wouldn't be logged in some way here. Is there's an action that needs, there's an, okay.
At the time for today, he wasn't in a place to be able to have that conversation for discipline. Now, we did log it because there's lots of places that we would log that, lots of places that we have to be accountable for doing that. Tomorrow, we're going to come back and revisit, some of the other conversations that we have to have.
But the discipline issue is not a static issue. It is.
Correct. It's an ongoing one.
And it's meshed with
Yes.
mental health. It's meshed with.
Why don't you leave it the same for another month and see what you
Just
think
see.
after that?
I don't know. I'm fine with it, but for me, I'm still at the point. It's how do I quantify something that someone else has the ability to interpret quantification as something different than what I do? And I get the minimum standard. So we have some administrators logging everything, and we have others that make a decision. And I'm not saying either one's right or wrong, but that's not consistent data.
It's subjective.
And it could do this every month, and I still don't know if it's telling me that behaviors are getting better or worse, or if someone logged it or didn't log it.
That sort of thing.
I'm of the mindset we need to create some standard, but I don't know if I want to go down that road or not. That's really, if we.
I think that, we log in Power School so that it's in there, so that you have historical data. Talking to Rob, I think, for me, I would want to go to each of the categories and define what is that under that category. And, I agree with Rob. Why don't you look at them for a couple of times, and that might be something in the summer we go, okay, let's look at the categories, and let's start defining the categories, and then you kind of have a rubric in front of you with the definition and the numbers.
Well, and I also think, this is good data to have, but if you want the true data to hear from those who are dealing with it every single day in the trenches, let's ask our staff and our teachers and administrators to see if they feel like behavior is improving, because I feel like it is. From the beginning of school to now, I think it's improved a great deal. And I think that's because we've made some, and you all have helped with this, have made some very strong statements that we're not going to deal with what's going on in the classrooms. Do we still have to improve? Yeah, we do, but it's a whole lot better than when it was in September, October.
I'll give you an example, Ms. Wilson. I'm going to put you on the spot. We had our volunteers come in for lunch the other day. Ms. Wilson was pleasantly surprised.
I was very pleasantly surprised, but I went into it thinking maybe it was going to be worse. So I was very pleasantly surprised, and I loved being there. It's wonderful to be back.
I don't know that we would have wanted to do that in September, but I feel pretty confident that at now
It went well.
Thank you.
Very well.
And I could say, on a school basis, Dalton Intermediate School, and I'm looking at the data right now, we had 73 incidents documented in October. That was our most in a month. Right now, we're at our March 21st. I have 40 documented this month. I think I've got 3 or 4 that I still need to input today because I didn't have
So could we see this in a pivot table, spreadsheet, Power BI, something to where we can compare the months and see those trends? Because I hear numbers spitting out, but do you have someone who could do that pretty easily? And could we create a running document to where you can automate this to where it throws it in there. I don't want to get into the technology piece. Y'all have people who can do that. I'm sure we can throw this in a spreadsheet and see the trends. Let's look at the trend data. I hear you. I'd love to see it. Because that's not what I'm hearing, but I also know negative travels a lot faster and farther than positive. So I'm glad to hear that. Because nobody calls me and says, hey, it was great today. I just wanted you to know. That's just not what happens. Mm-hmm. So we need to see it and quantify it. I do anyway. I mean, I want to see those feel-good stories.
And we want to be able to support our staff if they need the support that, discipline, mental health, all those sorts of things need more support. When obviously they do, but figuring out ways to be able to do that. All right, so continue to get these reports, get some sort of a comparable report, and then maybe over the summer we can look at if we need to create a rubric that has more specific guidelines for how to input data for the next school year. All right, anything else in your report?
No, ma'am.
All right, reports of board members. Does anyone have anything to bring?
I was not able to attend the virtual school board meeting.
I couldn't either. Madison had a tennis match.
Okay. Yeah, I had something I couldn't give up either, so they did meet, and they're smooth meetings. I don't know what else to say.
I think the only thing they really discussed was the MOU that they had for the other divisions coming in, and then the financial report from what Caitlin told me.
Okay.
I'll mention I did attend the band booster meeting last night. They were very appreciative of the funding that was provided, and were actually able to show some of the new instruments and things that were there. Extremely excited about the new sound system. I'll be honest, I'm very excited about that as well. It's a fantastic thing. The group of boosters who were there, primarily the officers, but there was a couple parents and a student there as well, and it was exciting. It was absolutely reassuring to see those things in action for those who in the past maybe have not seen as much of the funding. And it was awesome because Mr. Frankenberger actually said this is a once-in-a-lifetime kind of opportunity. We want to take advantage of it in order to grow and develop our young Bobcats into additional skill sets that do lead into other places in life. So it was absolutely great. And of course, I had the opportunity once again to sit there and just be very grateful for what our district is doing for our school. So thank you all for that. It was an awesome meeting. Not all the boosters were aware of the funding that was provided, so they were very excited about it. And actually, I have volunteered as a parent volunteer, not as a board member, to visit a couple local businesses and see, because one of the things that Mr. Frankenberger did not put on his wish list for grant money Santa that came and visited to the band was a new Gator or UTV in order to transport the materials and students at events. His exact statement was, "I thought that was too much."
I don't know if the deal would approve.
So actually, I'm going to go with another person who's helping out with the band, and we're going to go and solicit a couple businesses, see if we can get like a demo unit to be donated to the school for the season. And then, of course, we'll put their information on the side of it, sponsored by, and then at the end of the season, we return it so that we don't have to store it, we don't have to maintain it, we don't have to do any of those things. We just provide it fuel during the season and then send it back. We're hoping to get that done, but it's just a matter of how we can present that opportunity to them. That's something coming up from the band, and et cetera.
Good deal.
How was the decision made to donate that to the Fine Arts program?
I had asked some other, we had the ESSER money, it goes away September 23rd, September 2023. What we're finding is it's taking time to get equipment in. If the equipment doesn't come in by then, we lose the money. So I had gone to a couple different entities and said, hey, I've got ESSER money and I think we need to spend it on instructional supplies, materials, equipment. I waited and they didn't respond. I waited for probably response, so I thought, you know what, I'm going to find
Different
arts.
entities.
TTE, Rob was doing the science.
So everybody had a shot at it.
Well,
Not everybody,
Not
but those who, that
I went
we
to
haven't.
the big
yeah.
areas that I know don't get funded.
Yeah.
So CTE only has the Perkins grant, it's like $28,000. There is no grant for fine arts. They, you know, they get what they get from boosters or what they get as an allocation. Those were to be quite honest, that and science, and I knew we were doing the overhaul of the science labs and everything. Those three areas I have found, through my experience, are the areas that are highly underfunded because they have so many, they need so much equipment and it's not replaced. I went to them and I just said, if you tell me what you need, we've got ESSER funds, they're gonna expire, we have to use them, I don't wanna lose the money, I'll change the grant and we'll get what we'll get what you need. And I'm gonna, Daniel, you know, was like, really? I mean, what we found, it was interesting because when you had to amend the grant, it was a big amendment because it was lots of equipment. And even the DOE came back and said, I cannot believe tuba is over $5,000.
Yeah. The bassoon was over 6,000.
No, was it, I can't remember.
He was talking about last night, yeah.
Anything that's over 5,000, you have to put another category, and that's what
Yeah.
you notice that everything's getting stuck in the little eight. So to be quite honest, Dr. Ray, we had ESSER money, and I didn't want to lose it.
$225,000.
$225,000.
And I guess I'm back at my original question, and the other departments didn't come back and say, hey, I could use this. I'm kind of putting you on the spot, and I know, but I don't mind it. I'm just it's $250,000.
Yeah.
It's
And
$250,000
going to one department.
But I will tell you, they get nothing from us. I mean, I hate to say that.
I'm not
They really
disputing
don't.
why
Sure.
and how and
Right.
cost. I'm just saying
I
it's
asked.
$250,000.
I asked.
Wow. But that's disappointing, to say the least. When people complain about not having funding, when you have a golden egg laid in front of you and don't take it.
In the last
That's
2
very
years.
actually frustrating.
In the last 2 or 3 years with the ESSER funds, if someone's asked, we've tried very hard to get.
I don't think it's very disappointing for the fine arts.
Well, I can tell you from the statement made last night, it was shocking in a wonderful way, because
And I want to say
you know,
too, though, when I went to them, I said, you have 5 days.
Yeah.
Because we knew we knew what they were willing to do.
Yeah.
And they came back in 5 days, and it was a very large order.
Well, they've also been, and we talked about it last night, they've actually been, and I've donated, our family's donated instruments that we purchase. Daniel's been going on the Goodwill auction site and buying instruments because our families can't afford these things.
We have
You
2
know.
tuba players and 1 tuba.
Yeah.
That's challenging.
You knew about it. I had no clue about this. Did you?
By blue.
I learned about it last night.
Yeah, and were you aware of it as
I
well?
learned about it after
Yeah.
it was.
And today's the first time I've heard it. I'm not saying I should. It's just, it's very disappointing that others, I mean, I don't know, speechless, I don't know what to say. $250,000, and no one even asked for anything. So yes, I could use this.
And people, I will be honest, sometimes it's the same offenders, like people learn, I'm gonna ask because I might get it, and then they do. I mean, we've tried very hard, if you wanted textbooks, if you wanted curriculum materials, if you wanted, rights, we even, we'll find a way to fund your rights, so for drama. Casey has to pay $3,500 for the rights for the play.
So licensing and all of that.
Licensing.
All of $6,000 sometimes. There's things that are it's very expensive just to.
Help them in an effort, and when you.
Fine arts is a big department.
And when you
Huge.
think of what the fine art, oh, I know.
Yeah, I'm not disputing fine arts at all. I'm just saying if
Well,
my original question was, did everyone have the opportunity? And it sounds like people were picked to have the opportunity, and one took it. That's
One took
why
it.
I'm disappointed.
Yeah.
And very quickly. And
They were
very
ready.
quickly.
They were ready with their
It was
list.
a no decision, and it should have been a decision. But,
We did have, I'm
I
gonna be
don't
honest,
know
we did
everyone's
have to move
situation.
funding around.
Mhm.
So for programs that we seem to have, a large amount left over going into this time of the year with those funds, Cindy, Karen, and I sat down and said, okay, where are those areas? And it took some time and effort to move that funding, because I didn't give them an amount. I just said, write it up, and they took it and they wrote it up. And I feel like because it didn't take them very long, they were in great need.
Well, organized.
And organized,
Organized,
yeah.
well organized.
That's the
I
way
think
I
they are.
interpret
I
it.
think
They
they
were
are
organized.
very well
I
What
can
they
tell you
wanted and asked for.
from the end of, was it just a matter of being prepared versus a need? They were prepared because of the need. I personally had duct taped a couple of the drums last year to get them through a performance. I've stood on the side of the track there and had a pair of zip ties and things trying to put together a drum stand so that we could have our seniors perform.
Yeah.
You know, there was a need there. It was recognized, but Dr. Ray, I agree with you. It was disappointing. I would always want to have that list. I have that list in my own office prepared of, if someone ever comes up to me and says, hey, just out of curiosity, is there anything you need? I'm like, yep, there you go.
All right. So, do we have any other new business? I was just going to mention we've got the art show at the Glencoe going on right now, so I encourage everybody to go out, take a look at our amazing artists.
I went Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was nice.
We've got our forensics team is going to States on Friday, and so we're super excited about that. We've got, we came in third last year, and we have a good chance of coming in first this year. So we just had a community night this past week to have those kids. It was. Oh no, yeah, regions, but states. We came in first. We're hoping for some back-to-back.
Yep.
And we just took all of those arts kids that we were just talking about, gave them the opportunity to go to New York City, and so we went a few weekends ago on that long weekend, and it was amazing. So lots of great opportunities for our kids. All right, do we have anything else? Any other reports?
Jane and Jenny and I attended a VSBA Hot Topic conference for the month of March, and learned about virtual reality and a lot of the possibilities for that, especially for CTE. And let's see. Oh, and I picked up a copy of Toys Go Out from McCard today to participate in One School, One Book. I also have volunteered for the past 2 times for the duty-free lunch, and that's always fun.
That's great. One of those hot topic presentations was also about bringing industry into the schools, teaching hands-on with the kids and giving them opportunities. And, I definitely hope that we can work on doing that we've got these.
Jamie does a good job of that.
Yeah, and we've got, got Volvo sitting right here. All right. We ready to move on to our action items? We have the budget for the 2023-2024.
You guys have seen the budget, and we talked about it at the last meeting, and nothing's changed. We are going on the skinny budgets and hope that later in April we'll have the House or Senate or Governor's budget, which will increase our funding. So nothing's really changed. Still the 5% salary increase for all staff, the health insurance that costs so that we don't have that on our employees. Part-time band assistant to move to full-time, so we'll have band at the middle school level, and he'll continue to help with the high school programs, especially the marching band. And then our salary adjustments to the custodians to get their CDLs to help us with buses, which we need greatly. You can see our projected enrollment, what we're planning for there for 1560 for in-person and 1550 for virtual. The projected state funds that come with that, the projected local funds, and then the total projected funds at 30 million. Again, everything that we had last year with the exception of the grade level and kindergarten assistants is in the budget as a baseline. And then those 5 items, or 4 items that we have listed on the left there are the only things that we're asking that would be new. Actually, the salary increase is not new, it's every year hopefully, but 5%. And then we'll wait to see what happens if you all approve with the House and the Senate and the Governor's budget. We've been told that that's not going to happen till later in April, so if it does, we hope that we will be able to increase it to 7%. But if not, we're good still with 5%.
Any
So-
chance of, if more money comes through, having our kindergarten aides again?
Yeah, so one of the other things that the skinny budget didn't have was a lot of the incentives that the House and Senate and governors, like bonuses, support staff cap type of items like that. So yes, that
I
could be.
think that's very,
And
very
that's
important.
That's a priority, yeah.
Yeah.
We just don't have that right now.
Is this an adoption year for anything in particular? No, okay.
Is she still out there?
Oh, you're right, yes. They're taking public comments, I know.
They are. There's another one there is too, I'm sorry.
Math is coming up.
That's gonna be, that's gonna be another conundrum.
Writing.
Everything's been so delayed because of
I know you all know this, just to make sure you know it, there's still not an interim state superintendent that they've hired yet too, so we're waiting on that as well, and that's slowing some things down. On the back of that, you didn't see this last time, but it's our other funds. Textbook fund, of course, is doing well. The operation fund is what I just talked to you about. The school nutrition fund, you've heard us say this time and time again, Connie's done a really nice job with that, and she's now helping us with her employees in that department. The grants fund is continuing to go up as we receive grants. We have some wonderful folks that write grants, and we also have some good grant writers now with partnerships that we've had through some federal grants. The health insurance fund looks good. We've talked to our consultant, Sam Irby, as well as those that are part of
It's on the inside.
Jefferson Health Plan on the back. And they feel really good about.
Back of the first page.
And then our projects, school capital projects fund, of course, we have a lot going on there too, with Fund 5. And then the other two, we have Region 7 virtual, which is not much, that basically is Caitlin's salary and then the benefits that she has with their computers and phones and travel and those types of things. And we just received the $40,000 check from Stride to help with that too, so that was nice. And then the Southwest Virginia Governor's School will start on July 1. We actually have a meeting
Tomorrow. It's tomorrow.
tomorrow with them to talk about that. So that's the budget. A lot of other school divisions aren't doing nearly as well as we are, which is, feel for them because they're not able to get the salary increases, but we're hoping that we'll be able to do the 7%. So questions that you all have?
Rob, I'm curious, the $6,804,277 from local funds is what we actually would request from the city of Radford, correct?
That's
Yes.
correct.
What was our request from last year? Okay.
What page are you seeing that at?
That's on the front page on your
So
summary.
local, so that's a combination of city
And then
and.
on 25 also.
Okay, yes.
Because there's no breakdown of, and that's why I'm asking, because there's no breakdown that I could find in everything else to support that same amount.
Let me, tell you where you can look at the breakdown.
Sure.
It's like 5.8 of city funds, and that is the same amount we asked for last year.
Okay, so we're not asking for any additional funds from the city.
No.
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Then if you look at, page 24.
You're very close to making me very happy on the next question, so we might get there still. Okay.
There's a section called School Board Revenue Other Funds, and there's $964,749. Okay, that would be, and the two numbers should add up to be what you were asking, or the number that's on the front.
Okay.
And those are, just so you know, that's tuition and anything that we bring in from the school division.
Yeah, I'm tracking that one. That's where I was actually made the note in here about the K-12 virtual contract fee, where that had changed from the prior year when it was agreed upon and all
went
that.
up.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so that makes sense. Now looking at page 25, when I'm looking at Fund 1 revenue on the top, it appears that we have operation line item here as a static number. But if we go down to the category total, we see an increase year over year. And that increase year over year does not actually correlate to the static number.
Okay, so that number right there at the very top
Yeah.
is only representing city funds.
Okay. So that's going to track back to what we said before. So that's why it stayed. Copy that. Good, go. Okay.
What other questions?
I guess I'm disappointed about the 7% versus 5%.
I am too.
I'm wondering what we can do to manipulate that, to give the teachers the 7%.
Not a lot. Other than hope that one of the budgets that had the 7% in it comes through.
Because one we're using is the lowest possible budget.
I mean, we didn't, I mean, there are some school divisions that are going with the, you know, the house budget, which does have the 7% in it, but if it doesn't pass, then they have to tell their school division that they gotta move from a 7% down to whatever they can afford.
Yeah.
So we're guaranteeing a 5%
With the skinny
with
budget.
possibility of more if
If it comes through.
it comes through.
Were you able to get the historical raises for the last 5 years?
We do, we have them, but we need to do it in closed session,
Okay.
because it's with other personnel documents.
I got you. Okay.
As always, Carrie does a super job with this, and it's very thorough.
She knows her stuff.
A lot of the changes that you see throughout the whole document are due to, you know, the increases that we have with the benefits and the salaries and things of that nature. There's not a whole lot that really has changed, yeah, other than that.
Rob, I don't want you to take this wrong, but Carrie, you're awesome. No disrespect, it's just one budget person to another.
So I would recommend that you approve this so that we can take it down to city council when they're ready.
Are there any other questions or?
I do have a question about that, and it's just because I'm new here. Whenever you go to present that to city council, do you normally go with board members? Wouldn't that be more appropriate?
Usually, yeah, you're welcome to come.
We're invited.
I mean,
We're invited.
Yeah,
I'm invited to a public meeting, yay.
You are.
In the past, it was generally the board chair and Lynn, you know, because
Sure.
Lynn's an accountant.
Yeah.
So he would go, but it doesn't, you know.
You're close enough.
We don't have a lot here that we're, you know, we hadn't asked in how many years?
Yeah, yeah,
So-
3
yeah.
years,
Yeah.
it's been
We
the
hadn't asked for
same.
any money from them,
Sure.
so, you know, we just need to tell them what our differences are besides the baseline.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm happy to go with you so we can coordinate
you're
that
welcome to come.
one off. It's not a conversation for now, but
On the grants, page 27, I noticed some big old drops in educational, instructional supplies.
Is that ESSER?
It says grants. I don't think it specifies ESSER, but I guess that's,
Specify specific grants, there's so many of them, and if I
Okay.
could list them by every single grant, this document would be very long.
I'm sure.
But remember, like Ellen said too, the ESSER funds are done by,
Yeah.
so that could be a huge reason why
is.
you see that.
Yeah.
Okay.
With the ESSER grants, we were able to use more money for supplies. Most of our regular reoccurring grants are used to fund teaching positions or positions.
And those ESSER funds, Ms. Boyd also are paying for the science rooms
Right,
and
yes.
the gym and locker rooms as well.
Right. Any other questions?
I'm still stuck on the 7% versus 5.
I know, I just can't, I
feel
can't
like-
feel good to try to promise something that we don't know if we're gonna.
No, but I wonder what we can do to make that happen without promise, without changing.
$300,000, right? So it's if you can find $300,000.
Oh, look right there. Easy.
I don't know if you want me to find $300,000.
Yeah.
Well, it would mean cut, the only thing we could do is cut.
Mhm.
And I don't think you want to cut any, and there's not enough on here with the three things that we're asking for with, or the two things with the band and the CDL, which we tremendously need, isn't going to get us close.
Mhm.
What about not doing flat raises for everyone, leveling it in some way?
I don't support that. I mean, you may, but
I'm
I
not
feel.
saying, obviously you don't, I mean, by the way it's written, but is it a possibility to find that 300,000 that way?
It is, but you're going to be taking away from somebody who's working just as hard as the other person.
Have we tried it? I'm asking the hard questions, and I'm not saying they're popular questions, but
I mean, we'll do it if you want to, but I don't recommend it. I don't want to do that. I don't want to put somebody's position ahead of another. I don't think that's fair to anybody.
Well, I don't know that I understand that by title. I don't know if I understand it by salary, because people make a lot more than others based on title, so.
And that's in
it's
every
a difficult-
organization too.
I'm not saying it's not, I'm just saying it's.
I think
it's
that's a decision you all need to make. I don't support it at all. But that's up to the board.
That's just
I
a
will tell
question
you.
For me, I don't know how I feel about it, but it's a question. I've
There
seen
was
it done
a
before.
article that came out the other day that said we're $133 million in the surplus for the state, which is good news, but that still doesn't allow us to feel good about giving a 7% raise without the money that we think that we would have. Right now, we're being told that you have this from the skinny budget. So, it's skinny.
It's real skinny. And I believe that if there was that money to be found, I think Carrie would have found it. I think she would have found it.
Based on the current
Absolutely.
guidelines, I guess that's why I asked the question.
Yeah.
I've just seen it done before.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's.
Yes,
I
I
don't know how I
know,
feel about it,
I know
but,
some
it's-
school divisions have too, like, for example, 5% across the board, and that additional to teachers.
When does this need to be approved by? What kind of deadline are we looking at?
The 31st, by March 31st.
It has to be to the city by March.
To the city by March 31st, so Are there any other questions or comments? Is anyone ready to make a motion?
I make the motion that we approve the budget as presented tonight with the knowledge that once we get the state funds, we know how much money we're getting from them, we can go back and make adjustments,
We'd make amendment.
amendments.
You would amend it. Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion?
Do
All
you
in-
need, do you need a roll call vote for this, or do you want to?
That's up to you all.
Think I could, sure, roll call vote.
You're the chair.
Sure thing. You're fine.
Ms. Boyd,
Yes.
Yes.
Dr. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. Swing,
Yes.
and Ms.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for all your hard work on this.
You also have there the classes that, and I think, Ms. Ripe, you're aware of these too from your conversation with Mr. Worley and some of the others. Do you all have any questions about those?
There's one edit. So we will not be offering the Nurse Aid 1.
Due to legislation.
Due to legislation.
Really?
Well, so before it said that you had to have geriatric experience in order to teach the CNA class, and now they changed that so you don't have to have the geriatric experience, but you have to have the long care experience for 1 year.
Long-term care.
Long-term care. Long-term for 1 year, thank
I
you.
thought you said lawn care.
Lawn care.
Lawn care.
You have to be good at seeding the grass.
All right, does anyone have any questions about the proposed classes?
I have a general question. When would we know if the classes met or not?
So typically what we do, well,
Is that a trick question?
it is a
It
trick
wasn't
question.
meant to be.
That's okay.
More towards the spring when Kirsten and Heather do their
We
and-
very rarely
yeah.
shut down class.
Yeah,
I mean,
we
we've
don't.
got classes that are running with 5 kids, 3 kids,
Yeah.
because we knew they wanted it, and
Okay.
so we try our hardest. I don't know, like when, most of the classes we try hard to keep. Like, I don't even know which ones, we shut down Nurse Aid because we can't because of legislation. I'm trying to think, but other than that, we try to keep them, even if they're very small.
If we don't need it for graduation purposes, that might be a possibility, but we have always tried, like, unless it's something that we can't legally allow our students to be in because this teacher doesn't have the proper credentials, then that's why. But otherwise,
It's fair enough. I mean, you had said in a prior meeting, we don't know if they'll all make it or not, but.
We always say that, but we feel bad when a child, because it's so hard on them, because if they can't, if it doesn't make, their whole schedule just gets thrown into the van. I mean, it just,
Plus, they don't get the opportunity to take what they wanted.
and some of the courses are innovative courses, and, it's certain clientele that wants to take them, but it's a small clientele.
Right.
So we still
Okay.
try.
I know we have to hire a chemistry teacher, but do we have people who can teach the other things that are on here, the public speaking,
Yes,
the
so most of these are the.
medical
yes.
terminology and all
Yes,
that?
so medical terminology is the completer course to Intro to Health and Medical Science, which was the one that we put in place this year for CNA.
Okay.
So that's just the completer. So we'll be able to post both of those courses now. She'll teach both of them.
A lot of these are Mr. Worley's.
Oh, I know.
Some of them, yeah.
It's gonna be busy.
All right, do I have a motion to approve the classes as presented?
I move we approve the classes as presented.
Okay, a motion, do I have a second?
A second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, we've got some new great classes on the horizon.
You got your boards and
Our
norms and protocols.
board norms and protocols. Do we have any more questions or comments on any of that? All right, do I have a motion to approve our board norms and protocols? Do I need to say for
For 23.
23?
How are you gonna word that?
I don't know.
2020, from, when was the date? It'd be from today, from March 21st, 2023 till July 1st of 2024.
Oh, it'll only go till
Oh,
July.
no, wait. When are you all?
Not until January of
So that's what the time frame would be.
Don't we
2025?
revisit them every year, right?
We should revisit them.
So
every
for
year,
1
so
year.
yeah,
For 1
take
year?
1 year, yeah.
Or within 1 year, whatever.
Probably
Yeah.
do all the way through July. Visit them again
At
in
our-
the summer. and
at our
the board
retreat.
Mhm.
All right, so do I have a motion to approve the board norms and protocols for between March 31st, 2023 through July of 2024? Yeah?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. We didn't move anything else down there.
No, ma'am.
All right, closed meeting.
Under Virginia Statute 2.2-3711, closed meetings authorized for certain limited purposes. A, public bodies may hold closed meetings only for the following purposes. 1, discussion, consideration, or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of specific public officers, appointees, or employees of any public body.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? Is that it?
That's it.
All right. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Oh, second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, we're in closed session. motion to convene in regular session.
I'll make a motion that we convene in regular session.
Motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Need a certification of our closed meeting, please?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we certify the closed meeting under section number 1, subsection A.
All right, I have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Personnel matters.
Just like to recommend that you approve personnel 1.0, report 1.0.
Okay. I have the recommendation for personnel report 1.0. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion that we approve personnel report 1.0.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We didn't have student matters, but tuition. Do I have a motion to approve tuition report 1.0?
I make the motion that we approve the tuition, excuse me, tell me how to word it.